Check, 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 check.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಥ್ರೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ ಬಿಡಿ ನೀವೇ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಲಾಕ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಎಚ್ ಡಿ ಇವಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋದು ಅದೇ ಅದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಹಾಕಿದಷ್ಟು ಈ ಥರ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ ನಾವಿಂದು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಹಾಂ ಅದೇ ನಾವೇ ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಎಚ್ ಡಿ ಎಮ್ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಇರ್ತದಲ್ಲ ಎಚ್ ಡಿ ಎಮ್ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ ಥ್ರೂ ಆದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಈ ಕೇಬಲ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಸೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಿ ನಮಗಿರೋದು ಯಾವ್ದು ಮಾಡಿ ಎಸ್ ಡಿ ಔಟ್ಪುಟ್ಟು ಅದೇ ನಮಗೆ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ನೋಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಆದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಥ್ರೂ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಹಾಕಿದ ಅದೇ ಥರ ಇವನ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಎಚ್ ಡಿ ಎಮ್ ಐ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿಡಿ ಶಟ್ ಡೌನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಫೋಟೋ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ
message that once the SPG takes over, coming inside the hall will be a difficult task. So in the interest of all of us to participate in the event, I would request all of you to kindly come inside and take your seats at around 12:45. I think it's fine. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah.
धीमहि गूढगुल्फाय गन्धमर्काय गोजयप्रदाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि सजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि सजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि ग्रन्थगीताय ग्रन्थगेयाय ग्रन्थान्तरात्मने गीतलीनाय गीताश काधीनविग्रहाय गङ्गाजलप्रणयवते गौरीसनन्दनाय गौरीहृदयनन्दनाय गौरभानुसुताय गौरीगणेश्वराय गौरीप्रणयाय गौरीप्रवणाय गौरभावाय धीमहि गोसहस्राय गोवर्धनाय गोपगोपाय धीमहि गणाधिपतये गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय
जय भारत जननीय तनुजाते जय हे कर्नाटक माते जय सुंदर नदी वन तलनाडे जय हे रस ऋषिಗಳ ಬೀಡೆ ಭೂದೇವಿಯ ಮಕುಟದ ನವಮಣಿಯೇ ಗಂಧದ ಚಂದನ ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಗಣಿಯೇ ರಾಘವ ಮಧುಸೂದನರವತರಿಸಿ अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल
ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನೇ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಪರ್ಮಿಟ್ ಎರಡು ಪರ್ಮಿಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು.
ನಮ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾಕೋ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಆ ಕೇಬಲ್ ತತ್ತಾನಲ್ಲ ಕೇಬಲ್
ಎಚ್ ಡಿ ಕೇಬಲ್ ತತ್ತ
ಸರ್ ಈ ಲೈಟ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಓಕೆ. ಈ ಎಲ್ ಇ ಡಿ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಓಕೆ.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have just got the information that our Chief Guest, the Honorable Raksha Mantri, will be arriving here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So whoever outside, because of security concerns, I would request all of you to kindly come inside and take your seats. Let's all strive together and make this event a grand success. And of course, listening to the words of the police and the security personnel will also go a long way towards making this event a grand success. So I would request all of you to kindly come inside and take your seat. And afterwards, because of security concerns, you may not be allowed inside to come and sit. So don't think otherwise. Please come inside and take your seats. In the next 10 to 15 minutes, we are expecting the Honorable Raksha Mantri and the other dignitaries. And also kindly put all your mobiles in the silent mode straight away. And right from the start of the event till the end of the event, I would request all of you kindly to be in your seats and not move from your seats. I know it's going to be 1:30. It's a very difficult time, but then it's a matter of great pride and privilege that the Honorable Raksha Mantri and the dignitaries are here. So I think we should cooperate fully, and sincere request to all of you to kindly be in your seats right from the start of the event till the end of the event. Thank you.
ಯಾರು ತಗೋತೀನಿ
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Raksha Mantri, Shri Rajnath Singh Ji is here. Let's give a round of applause and welcome the Honorable Raksha Mantri and the other dignitaries onto the dais, please. We also have the other dignitaries with us. Dr. Sudhanshu Trivedi, Honorable Member of Rajya Sabha, Shri Tejasvi Surya, Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri Baba Kalyani, the Chairman of Bharat Forge and Chairman of Advisory Board, Shri Arun T. Ramchandani, the Executive Vice President and Head of L&T Defence. We also have Shri Om Prakash Gupta from Lagu Udyog Bharati Secretary, All India. And of course, we have the Chairman, Shri H.V.S. Krishna, and Sachin B. Sabnis, President, Lagu Udyog Bharati of Karnataka. Kindly be seated. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the 6th edition of India Manufacturing Show, IMS 2023 Aerospace and Defense and General Engineering Expo, is being organized by Lagu Udyog Bharati and IMS Foundation, and of course with tremendous amount of support from the Ministry of Defense and the Department of Defense Production and MSME. As we are all aware, it's a comprehensive international B2B fair segmented into well-defined technological sections of the engineering, manufacturing sectors, and so on. On behalf of the entire organizing team, I am Shankar Prakash, extending a very, very warm welcome to all of you, and good afternoon. And yesterday we all celebrated the Kannada Rajyotsava, so Tammellarigu saha Kannada Rajyotsavada Shubhashayagalu. A very hearty welcome to all of you. As per the wonderful traditions of our country at the outset, we offer our salutations and prayer. I would request Avni to kindly come here and render the invocation. Avni.
Namaste. Vinayaka ninnu vina brochutaku Vinayaka ninnu vina brochutaku vere varunaru Vignaraja Vinayaka ninnu vina brochutaku vere varunaru Vignaraja Vinayaka Anatha Rakshaka Nive Kada Anatha Rakshaka Nive Kada Adarimpanannu Brovarada Adarimpanannu Brovarada Vinayaka ninnu vina brochutaku vere varunaru Vignaraja Vinayaka Sarasiruha Arunayuga Charana Satatamushrita Jana Sankata Harana Paramakripa Sagara Sagara Varasuguna Palita Jana Gopala Dasanuta Palita Jana Gopala Dasanuta Vinayaka ninnu vina brochutaku vere varunaru Vignaraja Vinayaka. Thank you.
Thank you, Avni, for the soulful rendition of the invocation. I would now request all of you to kindly rise for the state anthem, Jaya Bharata Jananiya Tanujate, Jaya He Karnataka Mate, Nadagite.
Jaya Bharata Jananiya Tanujate, Jaya He Karnataka Mate, Jaya Sundara Nadi Vanara ಋಷಿಗಳ ನಾಡೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ರಸ ಋಷಿಗಳ ಬೀಡೆ ಭೂದೇವಿಯ ಮಕುಟದ ನವಮಣಿಯೇ ಗಂಧದ ಚಂದನ ಹೊನ್ನಿನ ಗಣಿಯೇ ರಾಘವ ಮಧುಸೂದನರವತರಿಸಿದ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜನನಿಯ ಜೋಗುಳ ವೇದದ ಘೋಷ ಜನನಿಗೆ ಜೀವವು ಇನ್ನಾವೇಶ ಹಸುವಿನ ನೀರಿಗಳ ಸಾಲೆ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌತಮ ಜಿನನು ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಶಂಕರ ರಾಮಾನುಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರ ಮಧ್ವರ ದಿವ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ರನ್ನ ಷಡಕ್ಷರಿ ಪೊನ್ನ ಪಂಪಲ ತುಮಿಪತಿ ಜನ್ನ ಕುಮಾರ ವ್ಯಾಸರ ಮಂಗಳಧಾಮ ಕವಿ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಗಳ ಪುಣ್ಯಾರಾಮ ನಾನಕ ರಾಮಾನಂದ ಕಬೀರರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಕೈರಪ ಹೊಯ್ಸಳರಾಳಿದ ನಾಡೆ ಡಂಕಣ ಜಕಣರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೀಡೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಾವತಿ ತುಂಗ ಕಾವೇರಿಯವರ ವೃಂದ ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ವಿವೇಕರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಸರ್ವ ಜನಾಂಗದ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ತೋಟ ರಸಿಕರ ಕಂಗಳ ಸೆಳೆಯುವ ನೋಟ ಹಿಂದೂ ಕ್ರೈಸ್ತ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನ ಪಾರಸಿಕ ಜೈನ ಉದ್ಯಾನ ಜನಕನ ಹೋಲುವ ದೊರೆಗಳ ಧಾಮ ಗಾಯಕ ವೈದಿಕರ ರಾಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ನುಡಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡುವ ದೇಹ ಕನ್ನಡ ತಾಯಿಯ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ದೇಹ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಮಾತೆ.
Kindly sit down. Well, ladies and gentlemen, IMS Foundation was established in 2011, and we are all aware it's a not-for-profit charitable trust managed by renowned industry leaders. And more importantly, it's pretty active in various domains like startups, technology, agriculture, and so on. At the outset, I would request the chairman of the IMS Foundation, Shri HVS Krishna, for the opening remarks and welcome address. Devyar Sajjano, Swagat Kijiye, Shri HVS Krishna.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಲಘು ಉದ್ಯೋಗ ಭಾರತಿ ಹಾಗೂ IMS ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಆಯೋಜಿಸಲ್ಪಟ್ಟ ಈ ಸುಂದರ ಸಭಾಂಗಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂಧುಗಳಿಗೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ರಾಜ್ಯೋತ್ಸವದ ಹಾರ್ದಿಕ ಶುಭಾಶಯಗಳು. ಶ್ರೀ ರಾಜನಾಥ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಜಿ, ಆನರಬಲ್ ರಕ್ಷಣಾ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಜಿ, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಧಾಂಶು ತ್ರಿವೇದಿ ಜಿ, ಆನರಬಲ್ ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭಾ ಮೆಂಬರ್, Shri Tejasvi Surya ji, Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri Baba Kalyani ji, Chairman and Managing Director of Bharat Forge Limited, and our Advisory Board Chairman, and Shri Arun Ramchandani ji, Executive VP Head, L&T Defense, Shri Satyan Sabnish ji, our Karnataka State President, Shri Cyril Pereira ji, Managing Director of Train Exhibitors, Shri Om Prakash Gupta ji, our All India General Secretary, and Manya Shri Prakash Chand ji, our Organizing Secretary for Laghu Udyog Bharati. A very good afternoon to you all, because it is a great day for Laghu Udyog Bharati. We were all expecting this to happen in Bangalore, especially Defense and Aerospace Sector Exhibition in Bangalore, and the dream has come today. Laghu Udyog Bharati Karnataka, with association of IMS Foundation, is inaugurating this 3-day India Manufacturing Show 2023 in this beautiful Bangalore International Exhibition Center. It's a great honor and privilege to me to welcome Shri Honorable Rakshana Mantri ji on this occasion as a chief guest. Welcome to you, sir. I thank Sudhanshu Trivedi ji, Honorable Member of Rajya Sabha, who was a guiding force for us to do this event, and he has helped in various stages. I welcome to you, sir. I welcome Shri Tejasvi Surya. I need not have to introduce our such a dynamic Member of Parliament from Bangalore South. Welcome to you. I sincerely thank Mr. Baba Kalyani, who is an icon of defense and aerospace manufacturing in India, and Chairman and Managing Director of Bharat Forge Limited, and also he is our Advisory Board Chairman. Welcome to you, sir. And I also welcome another icon. You must be knowing all these persons. I need not have to introduce them. Who does know about L&T? The L&T Chief Executive Head and L&T Defense Head, Mr. T. Ramchandani is here. I welcome to you, sir. I welcome my colleagues, Dr. Sachin Sabnis, President Lagu Udyog Bharati Karnataka, Shri Om Prakash Gupta ji, our All India General Secretary, and my special thanks to Mr. Cyril Pereira, Managing Director of Twin Exhibitors, and for his team. I welcome once again Shri Prakash Chandra ji, our All India Organizing Secretary, who has given the margadarshan to us always. And I also welcome Shri Vajjubai Wagasia ji, who is here. He is our past National President of Lagu Udyog Bharati. We have received a very, very good technical support to organize 3 days, very high-profile conferences in this occasion. So our associate partners are India Foundation. I thank and welcome all the officers of India Foundation here. We have received a great support from MSME, NSIC to conduct this exhibition. I will welcome all the officers of MSME and NSIC. We have received a great financial support from State Bank of India, Canara Bank, SEEDB, and all other financial institutions. I thank all the sponsors on this occasion, and I welcome them. I can see several His Excellencies, Consul Generals, Honorary Councils, and all embassy leaders. I welcome all these international leaders also on this occasion. I can see a lot of delegates from various districts from our state, from Hubballi, Dharwad, Mysore, Hassan, Tumkur, and all these district places. I welcome all the delegates of Lagu Udyog Bharati. And also I can see a lot of delegates who has come all over India to witness this exhibition from various states. And I welcome all these persons from different parts of the country also. I can see several state and central government top-level officials present here. I welcome all the officers here. Specifically, we have received a very, very, very good response and support from Ministry of Defense. All the 3 forces, Air Force, Navy, and Army, they have given us a wonderful support, and they have participated, and they are participating in the vendor development program, B2B technology transfers, and all these things from next 3 days. They are all giving their hand. So I personally, and on behalf of Lagu Udyog Bharati, I thank all the officers who are here. I also welcome our media friends who are always support to us by providing a massive coverage. And I welcome them also. I also welcome and recognize the presence of Mr. M. Krishnappa, who is our Bangalore South constituency member of Assembly. And also I will recognize from the Defense, Minister of Defense, Shri Amit Satija, IAS, is here. I welcome you, sir. Air Marshal Vibhas Pandey is here. I welcome you, sir. Lieutenant General B.K. Respalwal, AVSM, VSM representative from Indian Army Chief is here. I welcome you, sir. Commodore Sen Gupta, representative of Indian Navy Chief is here. I welcome you, sir. Air Chief Marshal RKS Bodoria, former Air Chief Marshal is here, sir. I welcome you, sir. I do recognize that there are several very important dignitaries are in this audience. Due to paucity of time, I will not be able to express my individual welcome to all of you. However, I welcome all of you once again. I would proudly say India Manufacturing Show is the flagship event of Laghu Udyoga Bharati from past 14 years. We have already organized very successful 5 editions, that is in 2010, 2012, 2014, 2017, 2022, and this is the 6th edition. On these earlier editions, we had a very successful industries chaired as a advisory board chairman by Sajjan Jindal ji, Shri Anand Mahindra ji, Shri Vikram Kirloskar ji, and Shri Ramdas ji. So I will remember, and because of their support only, we could able to do this exhibition to this extent. Thank you, and I welcome you all of you, sir. This advisory board, the 6th advisory board, is chaired by none other than our leader, Mr. Baba Kalyani ji. This particular edition is purely focused on defense and aerospace and general engineering. The main objective of this exhibition is to provide a good business opportunity to the manufacturing industries, in particular for MSMEs. With the defense and aerospace companies to make at least 25% of the offset given by the central government and to fulfill the dream of Atmanirbhar Bharat of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. We have all the 3 days very high-profile technical seminars, B2B meetings, technology transfers, vendor development programs to give value addition to all the exhibitors. Another good information I would like to share with you finally, that our happy and satisfied exhibitors are requesting us to declare the next edition of IMS in this edition itself. I am very proud to say we have already finalized our next exhibition, 7th exhibition of India Manufacturing Show during November 2025 in the same venue. This is for the information for all the exhibitors. I wish all the very best to the participating companies to enhance their business opportunities. Thank you once again. Thank you, and I wish you all the very best. And I welcome all of you once again. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Mr. H.V.S. Krishna, for a comprehensive and a cordial welcome address in India and made for the world. So let's take the blessings of Bharat Mata in this noble endeavor of made for the world and make in India. Thank you very much, Honorable Raksha Mantri and all the dignitaries on the dais. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, it's time now to felicitate the dignitaries on the dais. At the outset, I would request the chairman of IMS Foundation, Shri H.V.S. Krishna, to kindly felicitate the Honorable Raksha Mantri, Shri Rajnath Singh ji. I would also thank you very much, sir, for your presence. And in spite of his busy schedule, the Honorable Raksha Mantri is here. It's indeed a matter of great privilege for us. Thank you, sir. I would also request Mr. H.V.S. Also to the Executive Vice President and Head, L&T Defense, Shri Arun T. Ramchandani. Hearty welcome to you, Shri Arun T. Ramchandani. Also to Om Prakash Gupta ji, the All India General Secretary of Laghu Udyog Bharati. And also to Mr. Cyril Pereira, who's been the man behind the show, the exhibitor Triune exhibitor, one of the most leading companies in the world in terms of organizing big exhibitions all over the world. Thank you very much. Well, all of us have got a brief outline of what exactly is in store for us in the next 3 days. At the outset, I would request the President of Laghu Udyog Bharati Karnataka, Shri Sachin B. Subnis, for the theme-setting address on the IMS show in 2023. Please put your hands together for Shri Sachin.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯೋತ್ಸವದ ಶುಭಾಶಯಗಳು. All the dignitaries on the dais, Shri Rajnath Singh ji, Raksha Mantri, Shri Dr. Sudhanshu Trivedi ji, Honorable Member of Rajya Sabha, Shri Tejasvi Surya ji, Honorable Member of Lok Sabha, Baba Kalyani ji, Chairman and Managing Director of Bharat Forge, Shri Arun Ramchandani ji, Executive Vice President and Head of L&T Defense, HUS Krishna ji, who has taken so much of efforts in organizing this, Chairman of our IMS Foundation, Om Prakash Gupta ji, All India General Secretary of Laghu Udyog Bharati, Shri Prakash Chandra ji, All India Organizing Secretary of Laghu Udyog Bharati, and Cyril Pereira ji, Managing Director of Truine Exhibitors, distinguished guests, invitees, all the senior officers from the armed forces, exhibitors, a very good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of Laghu Udyog Bharati and IMS Foundation, I extend a very warm welcome to all the distinguished guests present here for this Indian Manufacturing Show 2023. Laghu Udyog Bharati, as we all know, is a pan-India association with more than 44,000 members and representation in more than 27 states. In association with IMS Foundation is organizing the 6th edition of Indian Manufacturing Show 2023 in this beautiful city of Bengaluru at Bangalore International Exhibition Center. I'm happy to inform that Ministry of Defense, Government of India, has extended its full support to Indian Manufacturing Show 2023. Let me have the pleasure of introducing Indian Manufacturing Show 2023 to all of you. It is a country's premier trade show for the industries, for various industries from aerospace, defense, and other allied engineering industries. The key focus sectors of 6th edition of IMS, we have 5 different verticals, namely aerospace and defense, automation, robotics, and drones, electricals and electronics, general engineering, energy environment, and EV transportation of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. Our Prime Minister has set a vision to make India a $5 trillion economy, a global powerhouse by 2024-25. In this context, exhibition like Indian Manufacturing Show helps vastly curate this idea and achieve this target, making our Prime Minister's dream come true. IMS 2023 intends to create this ecosystem for MSME and defense establishment for the development. I would also request, as Laghu Udyog Bharati Karnataka President, to Raksha Mantri ji to set up an testing facility, integrated testing facility for aerospace and defense, specifically for MSMEs in Karnataka. As we are, majorly MSMEs are involved, small MSMEs, and testing takes a lot of time in development of a lot of products for defense. With this small welcome note, I thank all the industry captains for taking out the precious time, that too on a very busy weekday, and to be present here for this inauguration of Indian Manufacturing Show 2023. Thank you very much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, India Manufacturing Show basically showcases the latest trends, innovations, and advancements happening in the manufacturing sector in the entire world. Thank you very much, sir, for your theme-setting address. We have on stage the chairman of Bharat Forge Limited and the chairman of the advisory board, IMS 2023. So please put your hands together and let's welcome Shri Baba Kalyani.
Honorable Raksha Mantri, Sri Rajnath Singh Ji, Honorable Member of Parliament, Dr. Sudhanshu Trivedi Ji, Honorable Member of Parliament from Bangalore, Sri Tejasvi Surya Ji, my colleague from the industry, Head of L&T's Defense, Sri Arun Ramchandrani, Chairman of the IMS Foundation, Sri H.V.S. Krishna, Chairman of Bharatiya Laghu Udyog, Om Prakash Gupta Ji, Chairman of the Laghu Udyog Karnataka, Sri Sachin Sabnis, all the other members involved with the IMS, with the Laghu Udyog, present dignitaries, members from the armed forces and the services, dignitaries from abroad, invitees, media, ladies and gentlemen. I know we are quite late, so I will restrict my talk to only 5 minutes, but I want to make some 4 important points in these 5 minutes. First, the reason we are here in this IMS 2023, and specifically talking about defense and aerospace, is because as a nation, we have realized through a process that manufacturing industry is an important tool for economic development of this country. And manufacturing, which many of us didn't realize for the last 75 years, really comes about after we have learned the manufacturing of defense products. Now, I don't want to give you long examples, but that happened in the United States, that happened in the United Kingdom, that happened in Europe, that has happened in Korea, that's happened almost everywhere in the world except those countries which were under the Marshall Plan after World War II. There's a wonderful book written by a US author called Henman, called Freedom Force, that describes how the United States built its industrial economy based on producing defense products. However, we had 3 data points which were watershed moments for India. One was December 2014, when Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji created the whole concept of Make in India through a seminar in Vigyan Bhavan with all ministries, which then got accelerated, and in between 2017 to 2020, the whole reform process that took place in the Ministry of Defense, ably led today by the Honorable Minister, Sri Rajnath Singh Ji, who has given all of us, whether you are a DPSU or whether you are a private sector, a specific target that we need to achieve for India. $25 billion of industrial production in defense and $5 billion of exports. Now, it's unbelievable that This was announced by Honorable Rajnath Singh ji last year, not too long ago. And in 1 year, companies like me, like ourselves, we are now exporting complete artillery guns, complete systems that are designed, produced with intellectual property owned by India. Nothing is imported in that. Why I'm saying this is because many of you sitting here are all technocrat entrepreneurs. Now, it is the job of technocrats to develop technology, to develop products, to develop processes. The sector has to, this 5 crores and 100 crores, you need to multiply that by 10 or 20 to understand what it's going to mean in the next few years. The opportunities are great. The opportunities in the defense and aerospace sector are even greater. So let's take these opportunities, let's build our businesses, let's build our industry, and along with that, let's build a very strong nation. Jai Hind.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you would agree with me that Shri Baba Kalyani has echoed the sentiments of the entire industry, thanking the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Raksha Mantri for the tremendous leadership and support. Let's all thank Shri Baba Kalyani for his highly inspiring address. Thank you, sir. I would now request the Executive Vice President and Head L&T Defense, Shri Arun T. Ramchandani, for his address.
Honorable Raksha Mantri, Shri Rajnath Singh ji, Honorable Member of Parliament, Dr. Sudhanshu Trivedi, Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri Tejasvi Surya ji, Chairman Bharat Forge Limited, Shri Baba Kalyani, Chairman IMS Foundation, Shri HVS Krishna, President Lagu Udyog Bharati Karnataka, Shri Sachin Sabnis, office bearers of the Lagu Udyog Bharati, senior officials of the armed forces, members of the industry, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to be present at this show, focused on aerospace and defense and organized by the Lagu Udyog Bharati Karnataka. Such an event provides a large platform for the MSMEs in the defense and aerospace domain to showcase their capabilities and connect with the larger OEMs, the DPSUs, and the end users. Under the stewardship of the Honorable Raksha Mantri, the domestic defense industry has grown and its output is expected to cross 1 lakh crores in the current financial year itself. Capital acquisition over the long-term integrated perspective plan 2012 to 2027 is estimated at over rupees 4 lakh crores worth of opportunities for the domestic industry in this period. Shri Baba Kalyani talked about the target of 25 billion by 2025. And if this target is to be achieved, it is only possible with the support of the complete defense industrial ecosystem, predominant contribution coming from the MSMEs. If India lives in villages, then manufacturing industry lives in the MSMEs. A strong MSME sector with a large technical manpower base and improving infrastructure and logistics in the country would serve as enabling factors for excelling in defense manufacturing. Today, about 12,000 MSMEs and startups are currently supporting the DPSUs and armed forces in supplying defense equipment and providing services, particularly IT and IT-enabled services. However, we need to support them with the following means to further enhance their participation and improve the ease of doing business. These include more training, hand-holding of these enterprises, ease in testing facilities and obtaining of certifications, and facilitating the access to capital. In the Defense Acquisition Procedure 2020, there are specific reservations for orders up to 100 crores per year on MSMEs. Promotion under various schemes like the IDEX, the Technology Development Fund, and the MAKE programs encourage participation of MSMEs and startups in the development of defense products. The Public Procurement Policy 2012 has been implemented by many DPSUs, under which price preference is given to MSMEs under certain conditions. Today, to encourage startups and MSMEs to invest in defense manufacturing, 1,500 crores has been earmarked in financial year 23-24 for startup and MSMEs from the budget earmarked for procurement through domestic industry. It is apt that this show is being held in Bengaluru, the aerospace and startup capital of India, and having the top startup ecosystem globally. With 65% of India's aerospace-related exports originating from this state, the state is a preferred investor destination for aerospace and defense companies. Karnataka's strong ecosystem has blossomed with decades of presence of large DPSUs, friends whom I see here from companies like Bell, HAL, BEML. Today, the state is the home to all major global leaders like Airbus, Boeing, and others, and is home to 25% of India's aircraft and spacecraft industry. On behalf of the entire domestic defense and aerospace industry, and on behalf of FICCI that I represent as the chair of the Defense and Aerospace Committee, I wish this event a great success and look forward to great B2B interactions in this event. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Ladies and gentlemen, Shri Arun T. Ramchandani has, of course, outlined the various steps to be taken for further growth and development, and in the over a period of time, the industry will rise to the occasion. Thank you, sir, for your address. We have with us the young, dynamic, Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri Tejasvi Surya. I would request Shri Tejasvi Surya to kindly address all of us.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಕನ್ನಡ ರಾಜ್ಯೋತ್ಸವದ ಹಾರ್ದಿಕ ಶುಭಾಶಯಗಳು. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವಂಥ ದೇಶದ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ದಕ್ಷ ಮತ್ತು ಹೊಸ ಚಿಂತನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಜಾರಿಗೆ ತಂದಿರುವಂಥ ರಕ್ಷಾ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಹಿರಿಯ ನಾಯಕರಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ರಾಜನಾಥ್ ಸಿಂಗ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ, ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಅಧ್ಯಯನಶೀಲತೆಯಿಂದ ಭಾರತದ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇಕಾನಮಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಯಾವುದೇ ವಿಚಾರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಧಾಂಶು ತ್ರಿವೇದಿ ಅವರು ಭಾಷಣ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಇಡೀ ದೇಶ ನಿಬ್ಬೆರಗಾಗಿ ಕಾಯತ್ತೆ. ಅಂಥ ವಿದ್ವತ್ತನ್ನು ರಾಜ್ಯಸಭೆಗೆ ತಂದಿರುವಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸುಧಾಂಶು ತ್ರಿವೇದಿ ಅವರೇ, ಭಾರತದ ಮೊದಲ ಮಲ್ಟಿನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕಂಪನಿಯಾಗಿ ಭಾರತದಿಂದ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಭಾರತದ ಕೀರ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದಂಥ ಭಾರತ್ ಫೋರ್ಜ್ನ ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರಾದಂಥ ಬಾಬಾ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣಿ ಅವರೇ, ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಉದ್ದೇಶಿಸಿ ಮಾತನಾಡಿದಂಥ ಅರುಣ್ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ, ಹಾಗೂ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಜೋಡಿಸಿ ಲಘು ಉದ್ಯೋಗ್ ಭಾರತಿಯ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ IMSನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ನೇತೃತ್ವವನ್ನು ವಹಿಸಿರುವಂಥ ಆತ್ಮೀಯರಾಗಿರುವಂಥ HVS ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ, ನೆರೆದಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆತ್ಮೀಯರೇ, I am extremely happy that the IMS 2023 is taking place in Namma Bengaluru. Perhaps there couldn't be a better city, a better state to embody the spirit behind the IMS 2023 show than the progressive state of Karnataka and the dynamic, vibrant city of Bengaluru. It gives me immense joy to bring it to the notice of our Honorable Raksha Mantri that our state contributes 65% of the total defense supply in the country. And Rajnath ji, the technocrats, the MSME leaders who are present here in this auditorium, they are the ones who are leading this revolution of creating prosperity, skilled manpower, and bringing the name to Bengaluru as the city which is leading India's defense manufacturing. A big round of congratulations and thank you to all of you present here. Compared to the doyens on the stage, both in terms of experience as well as study, I am very junior. But I want to share only 2 experiences that I have encountered personally over the last 4 years, which is a testament, an indication to the massive transformation in governance that the country has witnessed, especially related to defense manufacturing and MSME manufacturing that I myself have experienced as the Member of Parliament representing Bengaluru. The very few days after I got elected, I remember this very vividly. Early days of 2019, just after the Lok Sabha elections had gotten concluded and Narendra Modi ji had become the Prime Minister, there was a large delegation of employees from HAL who came and visited me at my office. Along with them were many MSMEs who were suppliers, have been legacy suppliers for HAL who came and met me. Their grouse was only one thing. In one sentence they said, "Sir, HAL is a legacy institution of Karnataka and Bangalore. It was started even before independence. The Maharaja of Mysuru had the foresight to manufacture aeroplanes in India, and he had partnered with Hira Chandani and had provided for 600 acres of land in Bengaluru. For over so many decades, this institution has provided livelihood to lakhs of people in Bengaluru. Thousands of small, medium manufacturing enterprises are depending on the survival of HAL, but HAL is dying." These were the very words, HAL is dying, early 2019. A few months later, the Honorable Prime Minister announced the Make in India scheme, and our own HAL got a 48,000 crore rupee order to manufacture LCA Tejas. Today, HAL's order book is healthy, and HAL's ambitions is today not just restricted to our domestic supply, but the chairman of HAL tells me that HAL wants to conquer the daunting European market as well. This is one story. HAL is not just manufacturing LCA Tejas. Just a few months ago, the Honorable Prime Minister came to Tumkur and launched the manufacturing unit to produce the advanced light combat helicopters as well. From an industry and institution which was on the verge of facing death, our government has transformed HAL to be rightfully the pride of this country, and this is the transformation that Narendra Modi government has brought. I will give you one more example. A month or two ago, I was taking the flight to Delhi. And while I was boarding, a youngster shouted my name and ran all the way towards me and said, "Bhai sahab, 1 minute chahiye." He wanted a minute to, and I asked, "What is it?" He said, "Sir, आपके माध्यम से मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं." I said, "क्या हो गया?" He said, "I come from Indore. A few years ago, a few of my friends and I started a defense startup in Bengaluru. Last year, we applied for grants from the IDEX platform. We did not approach any government officer. We did not go to any officer in Delhi. We did not meet the minister. We did not do anything that was required to fast forward our application. But just 2 months ago, we received a 22 crore rupee grant to support our innovation." These two experiences, the transformation of HAL and the unleashing of the entrepreneurial energy in the defense ecosystem, is a story of Amrit Kal, a story of New Bharat. Out of the 85 recognized IDEX startups, more than 30 of them are in Bengaluru and Karnataka. And it's our boys in their early 20s, late 20s, who are innovating and starting this revolution. I want to thank Rajnath ji, and through him, the Government of India, for coming to the rescue of our MSMEs during the COVID pandemic. राजनाथ जी, ये बताते हुए मुझे बहुत गर्व हो रहा है, बेंगलुरु में, सिर्फ बेंगलुरु शहर में, इमरजेंसी क्रेडिट लाइन गारंटी स्कीम के तहत 3.59 lakh accounts belonging to MSMEs have got 16,720 crore rupees in support. If the Government of India gives 10 rupees to Bengaluru, Bengaluru will give back 100 rupees to the country. Thank you so much, Rajnath ji.
Well, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, India is making rapid strides towards transformation from a developing nation to a developed nation, and Bengaluru, Karnataka is immensely contributing towards it. Thank you, Shri Tejasvi Surya, for that eye-opener. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sudhanshu Trivedi has been a tremendous support towards the organizing of the India Manufacturing Show 2023, and it goes without saying that we are all eager to listen to his words. So please put your hands together for the Honorable Member of Rajya Sabha, Dr. Sudhanshu Trivedi.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, one of the most respected politician in the contemporary politics of India, Raksha Mantri of Bharat, Shri Rajnath Singh ji. You have just heard him, a promising leader in making, a young member of Parliament of Bengaluru, dear friend Tejasvi Surya ji. Shri Baba Kalyani ji, Shri Arun Ramchandani ji, HVS Krishna ji, the Sutradhar of this program, Shri Om Prakash Gupta ji, Shri Sachin Sabnis ji, Shri Cyril Pereira ji, various officers of the Government of India, various leaders of the industry, young entrepreneurs, and ladies and gentlemen. You have already heard that what Tejasvi Surya ji was telling about Bengaluru. When we are here in Bengaluru for this Laghu Udyog Bharati program for the defense industries, definitely there cannot be a better place, because I remember when in 2008, I was there in US, in the US government's Young Leader program, which is called American Council for Young Political Leaders. When Barack Obama was running for his presidency for the first time, it was in North Carolina. He was giving a speech You know what was the text of the speech, sentence? He was saying to Americans that we have to make our children work hard because they have to compete with Bengaluru and Beijing. And I remember in July 2013, I was in US when Present Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh Ji was BJP president, and we were part of he was leading a BJP delegation. At the time when we went there, met so many senior members of parliament, ministers, think tanks and others, they were having a gloomy picture of the country. And the impression dominating there was that the success story of India is over. Then Shri Rajnath Singh Ji assured them, no, the success story of India is not over. Success story of India is waiting for BJP under the leadership of Shri Narendra Modi to come into power. And you have seen what happened after 2014. As Baba Kalyani Ji was telling, some epoch-making decisions were taken in 2014. And I think there are certain type of words which the government takes, they fall in three categories. One, the works which the previous government was doing, and our government is also doing. Second, the previous government, this like building roads, infrastructure and others, but we are doing, suddenly an international player has come. So, government is fully aware of the responsibilities and how to make up these medium and small industries to grow. And definitely in the time to come, when our government came, our export of the defense was merely 600 crores. Now it is 16,000 crores. So there is an enormous opportunity. And we also believe, वो कभी-कभी राजनाथ सिंह जी से बात होती तो उनके एक बात मीडियम एंड स्मॉल इंडस्ट्री के लिए कहते हैं, there is a famous couplet in Hindi. I will also translate in English. It says, रहीमन देख बड़ेन को लघु न दीजिए डार, जहां काम आए सुई काह करे तलवार. It means just looking at the small one, don't discard the small one, just looking at the big one, because the work which needle can do, the sword cannot. So definitely these MSMEs are going to contribute in equal proportion what the big industries can do. And lastly, I would like to say, as Prime Minister had said in the last 15th of August, that this is Amrit Kal, which has been referred. It's a time of 25 years, and he said that these 25 years will lay down the foundation which will pave the way for 1,000 years. Can anybody think of 1,000 years? We are the only country in the world which think of 5,000 years back and 1,000 years ahead. Because we are not just the biggest country, we are not just the youngest country, but we are the oldest country in terms of civilization. And we are all set to become a richest country. One of the report I have seen that $30 trillion may be the Indian economy size by 2047. So whatever he said, yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai. So the time of India has arrived, and it is the time. And finally, I would like to remind, I've started from the importance of Bengaluru and concluding there. Bengaluru was the first city outside Europe and America in 1902 who has provided a street light in a city. So first city outside Europe and America. So I think it is called the intellectual capital of the country. It should definitely pave the way, a new light to the street of development of country. तो सिर्फ ये कह के बात समाप्त करता हूं कि स्वप्न देखा था कभी, वो आज हर धड़कन में है, एक नया भारत बनाने का इरादा मन में है. धन्यवाद.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sudhanshu Trivedi, of course, Bengaluru is the IT city, BT city, but he has predicted that Bengaluru will be the development capital of the country. So let's give a round of applause for his...
and who speaks in Parliament very well, Dr. Sri Tejasvi Surya, Chairman and Managing Director, Bharat Forge Limited, Baba Kalyani Ji, Executive Vice President, Head, Larsen and Tober of Defense, Arun Ramchandani Ji, Sri IMS Krishna, Chairman, IMS Foundation, श्री ओम प्रकाश गुप्ता, ऑल इंडिया जनरल सेक्रेटरी, लघु उद्योग भारती, श्री सचिन सबनीस, प्रेसिडेंट, लघु उद्योग भारती, साइरिल पेरेरा, एमडी, टूरिंग एग्जिबिटर्स, सारे यहाँ पर कुछ ऑफिशियल्स भी मौजूद हैं, सीनियर ऑफिशियल्स, इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स और डिफरेंट एसोसिएशन के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स, यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, एकेडमिशियंस, मेरे मीडिया के मित्रों, यमन्य देवियों व सज्जनों, बेंगलुरु में हूँ, इसलिए एल्लरिगू नमस्कार गल्लो। बेंगलुरु बंदरेवुदु संतोष तंदिदे। My pronunciation is correct. कन्नड़ राज्योत्सव शुभाश यगलो। Brothers and sisters, neither I will speak in English nor Hindi, but I will speak in Hinglish. सबसे पहले तो मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं लघु भारती को कि आपने लघु उद्योग भारती कर्नाटका और IMS फाउंडेशन के फ्लैगशिप इवेंट इंडिया मैन्युफैक्चरिंग शो के इस एडिशन में मुझे आपने इनवाइट किया है। आप सभी स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए कंटिन्यूअसली जिस प्रकार से काम कर रहे हैं, उसके लिए मैं लघु उद्योग भारती और IMS फाउंडेशन दोनों को हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, मुझे इस बात की बेहद खुशी है कि लघु उद्योग भारती अब लघु नहीं रहा, यानी अब स्मॉल नहीं है। यह लगातार ग्रो कर रहा है, लगातार विशाल बनता जा रहा है, बड़ा बनता जा रहा है और लगातार फल फूल रहा है। इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने लगभग समस्त भारत में अपनी प्रेजेंस कायम की है और जिस तरीके से इस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने अपनी इस्टेब्लिशमेंट के समय से ही स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज के हक में अलग अलग समय में आवाज उठाई है, वह निश्चित रूप से प्रशंसनीय है, एडमिरेबल है। निश्चित रूप से लघु उद्योग भारती को इस रोल की इंस्पिरेशन RSS राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ से प्राप्त हुई है। कहा गया है अहर्निशम सेवामहे, यानी सेवा में सदैव लगे रहने की भावना के साथ संघ परिवार पिछले लगभग 100 सालों से सोसाइटी और नेशन की सेवा में लगा हुआ है। नेशन फर्स्ट की यह स्पिरिट से होल हार्टेडली और फुल डिवोशन के साथ RSS के लोग लगभग एक सेंचुरी से काम कर रहे हैं। मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मैं स्वयं भी लंबे समय से संघ परिवार से जुड़ा हुआ था, जुड़ा हुआ हूं और जब तक तब तक मैं जुड़ा रहूंगा। इसलिए मुझे मालूम है कि नेशनल सर्विस की सेंटिमेंट और डेडिकेशन हम सबको RSS से ही मिली है। साथियों, कर्नाटक में आना, स्पेशली बेंगलुरु में आना, मेरे लिए हमेशा एक खुशी का क्षण होता है। इट इज ए मोमेंट ऑफ हैप्पीनेस फॉर मी। कर्नाटक संत श्री बसवन्ना का बर्थ प्लेस है, इसलिए इस स्टेट का एक स्पिरिचुअल इंपॉर्टेंस तो अपनी जगह पर है ही, लेकिन जिस प्रकार से इस स्टेट ने और यहाँ के लोगों ने अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में प्रोग्रेस की है, वह वाकई इनक्रेडिबल है। और कर्नाटक की इस प्रोग्रेस में बेंगलुरु के कंट्रीब्यूशन को किसी भी सूरत में इग्नोर नहीं किया जा सकता। बात केवल कर्नाटक की ही नहीं है, बल्कि पूरे कंट्री की है। मेरे हिसाब से दिल्ली अगर पॉलिटिकल कैपिटल है, बेंगलुरु देश का टेक्नोलॉजी कैपिटल है। मुझे जब भी बेंगलुरु आने की कोई अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है, मैं इस अपॉर्चुनिटी का पूरा लाभ उठाने की मैं कोशिश करता हूं। साथियों, इंडिया मैन्युफैक्चरिंग शो के माध्यम से मैं भारत की और विशेष तौर पर साउथ इंडिया की रिच इकोनॉमिक लेगेसी को देख पा रहा हूं। भारत का सदर्न पार्ट हमेशा से प्रॉस्परस रहा है। यदि मैं आपसे एंशिएंट टाइम्स की बात करूं तो आप सब दक्षिणापथ के नाम से जरूर परिचित होंगे और हमेशा से साउथ इंडिया प्रॉस्पेरिटी से सिनोनिमस रहा है। सातवाहन, चेर, चोल और पांड्य राज्यों की फेनोमेनल प्रॉस्पेरिटी से साउथ इंडिया का इतिहास भरा पड़ा है। न सिर्फ एंशिएंट टाइम बल्कि मेडिवल टाइम में भी साउथ इंडिया अपनी प्रॉस्पेरिटी के लिए जाना जाता रहा है। न केवल इकोनॉमिक बल्कि कल्चरल वे में भी साउथ इंडिया प्रॉस्परस रहा है। अपनी जियोग्राफिकल कंडीशंस के कारण साउथ इंडिया तो हमेशा से इन्वेडर्स के लिए एक डिस्टेंट टारगेट रहा, और सभी जानते हैं कि नॉर्थ इंडिया को इन्वेडर्स का सीधे सामना करना पड़ा था, जिस वजह से अलग अलग समय पर अलग अलग इन्वेडर्स ने नॉर्थ इंडिया में हमारे कल्चर को डैमेज करने की कोशिश की। लेकिन दक्षिण भारत यानी साउथ इंडिया इन्वेडर्स से कंपैरेटिवली कम अफेक्टेड रहा, जिसका रिजल्ट यह था कि हमारी इंडियन कल्चर साउथ इंडिया में कहीं अधिक वाइब्रेंट दिखाई देती है। दक्षिण भारत ने इंडियन कल्चर को जिस प्रकार से प्रिजर्व किया है और निखारा है, उसकी जितने भी प्रशंसा की जाए वह कम है। साथियों, राष्ट्र की कल्चरल हेरिटेज को सिक्योर रखने के लिए मैं दक्षिण भारत यानी साउथ इंडिया को भारत का एक कल्चरल फोर्ट्रेस मानता हूं, सांस्कृतिक दुर्ग मानता हूं, और साथ ही साउथ इंडिया इंडियन कल्चर का एक सेफ हाउस भी है। वर्तमान समय में भी भारत का सदर्न पार्ट जिस प्रकार से भारत के मल्टी डायमेंशनल डेवलपमेंट में कंट्रीब्यूशन दे रहा है, उससे हम सभी अच्छी तरह फैमिलियर हैं। आर्ट हो, लिटरेचर हो, कल्चर हो, सिनेमा हो या ज्ञान विज्ञान यानी नॉलेज एंड साइंस हो, साउथ इंडिया ने इन सब के डेवलपमेंट के जो नए डायमेंशंस गढ़े हैं, उसने पूरी दुनिया का ध्यान अपनी ओर अट्रैक्ट किया है। और मित्रों, हम जानते हैं कि सनराइज ईस्ट में होता है, भारत के लिए नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स में सनराइज होता है। इस बात में भी कोई डाउट नहीं है कि भारत में यदि दिन का सूर्य या कहें प्रकाश का सूर्य भारत के ईस्ट में उगता है, तो डेवलपमेंट और साइंस का सूर्य भारत के साउथ में उगता है। आज यहां आप सबके बीच आकर मुझे इंडस्ट्री के एक बड़े समूह से मिलने और बातचीत करने का अवसर मिला है। वैसे तो मैं कई वर्षों से इंडस्ट्री से जुड़े लोगों से बराबर बातचीत करता रहता हूं, बाबा कल्याणी जी है, सब सारे लोग यहाँ पर बैठे हैं। लेकिन मैं जब भी आप लोगों से मिलता हूं, मेरे लिए वह एक ऐसी अपॉर्चुनिटी होती है जिसमें मुझे इंडस्ट्री और ग्रोथ रियलिटी के बारे में जानकारियां मिलती हैं कि वाकई में इस सेक्टर में कहां पर क्या हो रहा है, इस संबंध में एक डिटेल जानकारी मिलती है। और आज जब मैं यहां आप सबके बीच मौजूद हूं, तो मुझे इस देश के मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर की बैकबोन यानी स्मॉल इंडस्ट्री, मैं भारत की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर की बैकबोन मानता हूं स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज को। यह स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज पर बातचीत करने का मुझे अवसर मिला है, इसलिए मैं इस अपॉर्चुनिटी का लाभ उठाते हुए आपसे स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज की स्थिति और नेशनल डेवलपमेंट में इनके रोल पर यहां पर कुछ बातें रखना चाहूंगा। साथियों, किसी नेशन के डेवलपमेंट में वहां की इंडस्ट्रीज का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट कंट्रीब्यूशन होता है। जब भी इंडस्ट्रीज का जिक्र होता है, जब भी इंडस्ट्रीज की चर्चा होती है, तो दो तरह से सोचने वाले लोग सामने आते हैं। पहला ग्रुप तो वैसे लोगों का है जो इंडियन इकोनॉमी में प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्री के रोल को न सिर्फ समझते हैं बल्कि उसे एक्नॉलेज भी करते हैं। लेकिन एक ग्रुप है जो प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्री के इंपॉर्टेंस को एक्सेप्ट ही नहीं करते हैं। ये न सिर्फ प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्री को नेगेटिवली देखते हैं, बल्कि ऐसे लोगों का यह भी बेसलेस एलिगेशन होता है कि ये प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्री सिर्फ सेल्फिश मोटिव्स के आधार पर ऑपरेट होते हैं, जबकि वास्तव में ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। जो लोग इस प्रकार से सोचते हैं वो सेल्फिश मोटिव और प्रॉफिट मोटिव के बीच की जो फाइन लाइन है, उसके बीच के अंतर को, उसके बीच के डिफरेंस को शायद वो समझते नहीं हैं। वो लोग इकॉनमी की साधारण सी समझ नहीं रखते हैं, यह मैं साफ तौर पर दो टूक शब्दों में कहना चाहूँगा। प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्रीज यदि प्राइवेट मोटिव पर काम नहीं करेंगी तो वो इकॉनमी में अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन कैसे दे पाएंगे, वो सोसाइटी के लिए वैल्यू कैसे क्रिएट कर पाएंगे। प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्रीज का प्रॉफिट भारत के करोड़ों परिवारों तक जाता है, जिससे इस देश की इकॉनमी संचालित होती है। यदि यह सेल्फिश मोटिव होता तो यह दूसरों के लॉस की कीमत पर, लेकिन यह तो प्रॉफिट मोटिव है जो दूसरों के वेलफेयर के साथ आ रहा है। साथियों, प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्री जो प्रॉफिट अर्न करते हैं वह सोसाइटी में लौट कर जाता है। इसलिए मैं वैल्यू क्रिएट करने वाली इंडस्ट्रीज को, प्रॉफिट कमाने वाली इंडस्ट्रीज को राष्ट्र की सेवा में लगे हुए इंस्टीट्यूशन, संस्थानों की तरह मैं देखता हूं। प्रॉफिट के बारे में मैं अपने इंडस्ट्रियल फ्रेंड्स से यह कह सकता हूं कि प्रॉफिट इज नॉट सेल्फिश, प्रॉफिट इज लेजिटिमेट बेनिफिट। साथियों, अगर स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज की बात करें तो आप सभी को, यानी स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज को, मैं हमारी इकॉनमी, तो यह कहना भी एग्जैगरेशन नहीं होगा। जितनी तेज मोटर चलती है, हमारी इकॉनमी की गाड़ी उतनी ही तेज भागती है। भारत तो एंशिएंट टाइम से ही स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज पर बेस्ड रहा है। भारत की पार्ट भी बन रही है। साथियों, हिंदी में है कि आप सब ने एक रहीम का दोहा सुना होगा, रहीमन देख बड़ेन को लघु न दीजिए डार। बड़े को देखकर छोटों को छोड़ नहीं देना चाहिए। जहां काम आवे सुई, जहां निडिल का काम होता है, कहां करे तलवार, जहां काम निडिल का है वह काम स्वॉर्ड नहीं कर सकता, यानी तलवार नहीं कर सकती है। मतलब हर चीज का एक अपना इंपॉर्टेंस होता है। यदि आपके पास कोई बड़ी महंगी वस्तु आ गई तो इसका मतलब यह नहीं है कि आपके पास जो पहले से छोटी वस्तु थी उसका इंपॉर्टेंस कम हो गया अथवा कम हो जाएगा। हर वस्तु का एक अपना इंपॉर्टेंस होता है। जहां निडिल काम आ सकती है वहां निडिल, और यानी निडिल ही काम आएगी, तलवार यानी सोर्ड यह काम नहीं आएगा। ठीक इसी प्रकार हैवी इंडस्ट्रीज का अपना एक इंपॉर्टेंस है। हैवी इंडस्ट्रीज के इंपॉर्टेंस को भी इग्नोर नहीं किया जा सकता। वह भी देश के डेवलपमेंट में एक बड़ी भूमिका निभाते हैं। लेकिन हमारी जो स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज हैं उनको इग्नोर करके नेशन डेवलप नहीं कर सकते हैं। इस सच्चाई को भी हमको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। एक और बात मैं आपके एक बात पर और आपका ध्यान आपने दिया होगा कि लार्ज इंडस्ट्रीज के कंपैरिजन में स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज आसानी से चेंजेस को, जो भी चेंजेस होते हैं उनको एडॉप्ट कर लेते हैं। इनकी यही एडॉप्टिबिलिटी दुनिया भर की वोलेटिलिटी और इनस्टेबिलिटी से यदि हमारा भारत कम प्रभावित होता है तो उसके पीछे एक कारण हमारी स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज भी हैं। साथियों, यहां मैं ब्रिटिश इकोनॉमिस्ट E.F. सुबाकर द्वारा लिखी हुई पुस्तक स्मॉल इज ब्यूटीफुल, आप में से बहुत सारे लोगों ने पढ़ा होगा, की चर्चा यहां विशेष रूप से करना चाहूंगा। इस पुस्तक की थीम है ए स्टडी ऑफ इकोनॉमिक एज इफ पीपुल मैटर्ड। और साथियों, ऐसा ही होना चाहिए। पीपुल शुड मैटर। हमारे हर डिसीजंस का इवैल्यूएशन इस आधार पर ही होना चाहिए कि वह ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक है या नहीं है। इस पुस्तक में कई वैल्यूएबल लेसन्स हैं जो आज भी रेलेवेंट हैं, और इस बुक के प्रिंसिपल्स को देखें तो स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज इसका एक जीता जागता एग्जाम्पल है। सामान्यतः पूरी दुनिया में बिगर इज बेटर के कंसेप्ट को अच्छा समझा जाता है। यह माना जाता है कि कोई भी बिजनेस एंटिटी जितनी बड़ी होती जाएगी इकॉनमी के लिए वह इतना ही फेवरेबल इंडिकेशन है। लेकिन शूमाकर ने अपनी इस बुक के माध्यम से बताया है कि इकोनॉमी में स्मॉल एंटिटीज बिगर एंटिटीज के कंपैरिजन में ज्यादा इंपैक्टफुल होती हैं। इसे आप इकोनॉमी की गांधीयन फिलॉसफी से भी जोड़कर आप देख सकते हैं। और जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि गांधी जी ने भी हैवी इंडस्ट्रीज के कंपैरिजन में स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज की तरफ ध्यान देने के लिए लोगों को इनकरेज किया था। ऐसा इसलिए क्योंकि स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज के पास बड़े उद्योगों की तुलना में लोकल कम्युनिटीज से कहीं अधिक स्ट्रांग कनेक्शन होता है। लोकल कम्युनिटीज से ज़्यादा स्ट्रांग कनेक्शन होता है स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज का। उनका प्रोडक्शन स्केल भले ही छोटा होता है लेकिन वह लोकल नीड्स और रिक्वायरमेंट से ज़्यादा बेहतर ट्यूनिंग में होते हैं। साथियों, ऐसा नहीं है कि स्मॉल इंडस्ट्री हमेशा स्मॉल इंडस्ट्री ही रहेंगे। आप बड़े उद्योगों को भी देखें तो आज अगर कोई जायंट इंडस्ट्री है जिसका थाउजेंड्स ऑफ करोड़ का टर्नओवर है, वह भी किसी न किसी समय पर स्मॉल इंडस्ट्री ही थे। यानी लघु उद्योग इंडस्ट्रियल डेवलपमेंट के यूथ होते हैं और इसलिए यूथ की तरह ही इनमें एनर्जी, इनोवेशन और कुछ नया करने की कैपेबिलिटी और पॉसिबिलिटी भी ज़्यादा होती है। इसलिए आप इस बात को गांठ बांध कर देख लीजिए कि कोई चाहे कुछ भी कहे, लेकिन इस देश के डेवलपमेंट में जो आप लोगों का कंट्रीब्यूशन है उसे किसी भी तरह से डिनाई नहीं किया जा सकता है। आप भारत एडवांटेज न होने पाए। कोविड की अनफॉर्चुनेट एपिडेमिक के दौरान, जिसकी अभी मिस्टर तेजस्वी सूर्या चर्चा कर रहे थे, जब दुनिया भर में इंडस्ट्रीज स्ट्रगल कर रही थी, उस समय हमारी सरकार ने माइक्रो ने स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए करोड़ों रुपए का एडिशनल क्रेडिट लोगों को उपलब्ध कराया था। और उस समय ऐसा करना हमारे लिए कोई आसान काम नहीं था, बल्कि बहुत ही मुश्किल काम था। बहुत से लोन्स के डूब जाने का भी यह खतरा बना हुआ था, पर हमने अपने स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रियल्स के लिए इसका खतरा उठाया। इस रिस्क को हमने उठाने में रंच मात्र भी हेजिटेट नहीं किया और हमने इस बात पर भी जोर दिया कि सारे खतरे एक तरफ और हमारे इंडस्ट्रीज का वेलफेयर एक तरफ, और इस दिशा में हम आगे बढ़े। साथियों, एमएसएमईज के लिए क्रेडिट करने की हम कोशिश करेंगे। मैंने वेपन्स के इंपोर्ट के लिए अपने पर ही हमने रिस्ट्रिक्शंस इंपोज कर लिए हैं। हमने 5 पॉजिटिव इंडिजिनाइजेशन लिस्ट जारी की है, जिसके तहत 509 इक्विपमेंट्स ऐसे आइडेंटिफाई किए गए हैं जिनकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग अब होगी तो केवल भारत में होगी, भारत की धरती पर होगी, भारतवासियों के हाथों से होगी। इसके अतिरिक्त हमने डिफेंस पब्लिक सेक्टर अंडरटेकिंग्स के लिए भी 4 पॉजिटिव इंडिजिनाइजेशन लिस्ट जारी की है, जिसके तहत 4666 ऐसे आइटम्स आइडेंटिफाई किए हैं जिनकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हमारे देश में ही होगी और हमारे देशवासियों के हाथों से ही होगी। हमने डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में भी स्टार्टअप्स के माध्यम से न्यू आइडियाज को भी इनवाइट किया है। आइडेक्स, इनोवेटर्स और स्टार्टअप्स को इनकरेज करने के लिए डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री का एक ऐसा ही हमारी डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री का एक ऐसा ही इनोवेटिव स्टेप है। इसमें डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री तीनों सर्विसेज एवं डीपीएसयूज के प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट्स आम जनता के सामने सलूशन के लिए वह जारी करता है और इसमें सेलेक्ट किए गए प्रोजेक्ट्स को मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस फंड और गाइड भी करती है। इसमें दिए जाने वाले ग्रांट का अमाउंट अब तक 1.50 करोड़ तक हुआ करता था। मित्रों, मैंने एक मीटिंग की और अधिकारियों से इस ग्रांट को कुछ और बढ़ाने के लिए कहा। सभी अफसर्स ने अपने अपने अनुसार कुछ थोड़ा बहुत ग्रांट्स बढ़ाने की बात तो कही, किसी ने यह नहीं कहा कि ग्रांट नहीं बढ़नी चाहिए, सबने कहा था कुछ बढ़ा देना चाहिए, थोड़ा बढ़ा देना चाहिए। किसी ने 2 करोड़ तो किसी ने 3 करोड़ तक बढ़ाने का प्रपोजल दिया। मैंने सोचा कि जो यूथ हमारे देश के लिए और हमारी डिफेंस के लिए इतना हार्ड वर्क कर रहे हैं, डिफेंस को कई नई चीजें दे रहे हैं, उनके लिए हम ग्रांट बढ़ाने के लिए इतना क्यों सोच रहे हैं। मैंने थोड़ी देर सोचा और प्रपोज किया कि हमारे यूथ के लिए, स्टार्टअप्स के लिए 1.5 नहीं, 2 नहीं, 3 नहीं, 5, 7 यानी 5 और 7 नहीं, अब सीधा सीधा 10 करोड़ रुपए तक का प्रोविजन किया जाए। और मुझे कहते हुए इस बात की खुशी होती है कि अभी थोड़े दिन पहले मैंने आईडेक्स प्राइम को लॉन्च किया है और इसमें ग्रांट बढ़ाकर 10 करोड़ रुपए तक कर दिया गया है। यह हमारे इनोवेटर्स और स्टार्टअप्स की मेहनत, लगन और उनके प्रोत्साहन के लिए सरकार किस प्रकार का सपोर्ट देती है, इसमें देखा जा सकता है। हमारे डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्रीज को एडिक्वेट डिमांड एश्योरेंस मिल सके, इसके लिए हमने डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्रीज से परचेज के लिए डिफेंस कैपिटल एक्विजिशन बजट का 75% रिजर्व कर दिया है, जो कि लगभग 1 लाख करोड़ रुपया बनता है। और इस 1 लाख करोड़ का 1/4 हमने प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्री के लिए इरमार्क किया है और इसमें से भी बाकायदा 1500 करोड़ हमने केवल और केवल आईडेक्स और एमएसएमईज के लिए इरमार्क किया है। इससे लाभ यह होगा कि आपके प्रोडक्ट्स की डिमांड बढ़ेगी और आप हैवी इंडस्ट्री के सप्लाई चेन का भी एक पार्ट बन सकेंगे। ये सभी स्टेप्स अंततः हमारी एमएसएमईज को स्ट्रेंथन करेंगे और डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर में सेल्फ रिलायंट इस सेक्टर को बनाएंगे। साथियों, यहां मैं यदि बार बार हैवी इंडस्ट्रीज और स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज का जिक्र कर रहा हूं तो इसका अर्थ यह नहीं है कि मैं इन दोनों में कंट्राडिक्शन देख रहा हूं। मैं अभी स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज के क्या बेनिफिट्स हैं उसकी तरफ आपका ध्यान आकर्षित कर रहा हूं, तो इसका अर्थ यह भी नहीं है कि मैं हैवी इंडस्ट्रीज के इंपॉर्टेंस को डिनाई कर रहा हूं। मैं जानता हूं वास्तव में जितनी भी स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज और हैवी इंडस्ट्रीज हैं उनके बीच एक सिम्बियोटिक रिलेशन है। दोनों ही एक दूसरे को कॉम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं। दोनों का एग्जिस्टेंस एक दूसरे से है। और आप सब लोग तो इकोनॉमी की समझ रखने वाले लोग यहाँ पर आप सभी लोग बैठे हैं, आप फॉरवर्ड लिंकेज एंड बैकवर्ड लिंकेज के बारे में अच्छी तरह जानते हैं। अर्थात किस प्रकार बड़े उद्योग अपनी प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी के लिए छोटे उद्योगों पर और छोटे उद्योग अपनी प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी के लिए बड़े उद्योगों पर डिपेंड करते हैं। इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं कि कल को यदि आप स्मॉल इंडस्ट्री से हैवी इंडस्ट्री की तरफ आगे बढ़ें और कल को यदि आप कोई बड़ी कंपनी के रूप में डेवलप हुए तो आपको स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज को भूलना नहीं है, बल्कि उन्हें भी साथ लेकर चलना है। मैं तो चाहता हूं कि आप सभी बड़े इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट बन जाएं। और साथियों, लघु उद्योग भारती एक इंडस्ट्री एसोसिएशन है। कई सारे स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज के लोग इससे जुड़े हुए हैं, इसलिए इसे मैं गवर्नमेंट और इंडस्ट्री के बीच एक ब्रिज की तरह देखता हूं। और जैसा कि हम जानते हैं कि ब्रिज कभी 1 वे नहीं होते हैं, वहां रास्ते 2 वे होते हैं। इसलिए मैं आपको आपके रोल को भी 2 वे देखता हूं। पहला रोल तो यह कि आप एक संस्थान के रूप में स्मॉल इंडस्ट्री की जो भी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं उन सारी प्रॉब्लम से सरकार को अवेयर कराएं। अर्थात यदि बिना मतलब का कोई नियम है, कोई कानून है, कोई रूल है, कुछ भी है, कागजी कार्रवाई है, मल्टी लेयर्ड क्लियरेंसेज आदि हैं, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर से संबंधित कोई इशू है या इसी तरह की और कोई बात है, तो उससे आप हमें अवेयर कराएं। सरकार उन पर विचार करेगी और उनका एज फार एज पॉसिबल सलूशन भी निकालेगी। यह मैं आपको एश्योर करना चाहता हूं। पर इसके साथ ही आपका एक और दूसरा रोल भी है जिसे मैं उतना ही महत्वपूर्ण समझता हूं, वह यह कि यदि इंडस्ट्रीज को गवर्नमेंट एंड सोसाइटी से कुछ एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं तो गवर्नमेंट एंड सोसाइटीज को भी इंडस्ट्री से कुछ एक्सपेक्टेशंस होती हैं। और यही आपकी दूसरी भूमिका है कि आप एक इंडस्ट्री एसोसिएशन होने के नाते उस एक्सपेक्टेशन के हिसाब से काम करें। इंडस्ट्री की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जितनी अपनी बैलेंस शीट के प्रति होती है, प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस स्टेटमेंट्स के प्रति होती है, उतनी ही रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी समाज और राष्ट्र के प्रति भी होती है। ऐसे में आप विश्वास है, आप इंश्योर करें कि आप राष्ट्र को टॉप क्वालिटी और कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव प्रोडक्ट्स दे सकें। आप अपने सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स, चाहे वे आपके क्लाइंट्स हों, आपके एम्प्लॉइज हों या फिर आपकी इस्टेब्लिशमेंट के आसपास स्थित कम्युनिटी, आप उनके इंटरेस्ट का पूरा ध्यान रखते ही होंगे। कहीं देखें, समय समय पर उसको रिव्यू भी करते रहें, कहीं पर कोई कमी रह गई है उसे भी दूर करने की कोशिश करें। इन्वायरमेंट का ध्यान रखते हुए क्लीन टेक्नोलॉजीज के इस्तेमाल को जितना हम आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं, जितना हम बढ़ावा दे सकते हैं, हमें बढ़ावा देने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए। साथियों, सोसाइटी के प्रति रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी निभाने की बात जब मैं करता हूं तो मेरा इंटेंट सिर्फ कॉरपोरेट सोशल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी में अपना प्रॉफिट का कुछ अंश देने से ही नहीं है। मेरा इंटेंट इस बात से है कि जिस समाज ने आप सबको इतना कुछ दिया है, उस समाज के प्रति रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आपके अंदर से ही आनी चाहिए। और उस समाज में एजुकेशन, हेल्थ और सैनिटेशन जैसी बेसिक फैसिलिटीज के डेवलपमेंट के लिए जितना हो सके उतना आपको सरकार का सहयोग करना चाहिए। यह हमारी आपसे अपेक्षा है। करते भी हैं लोग, मैं यह भी कहना चाहता हूं कि नहीं करते हैं। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि लघु उद्योग भारती और उसके साथ जुड़ी सभी एमएसएमईज इस दिशा में भारत सरकार के साथ कदम से कदम मिलाकर वह आगे बढ़ेंगी। मैं आपको यह भी एश्योर यहाँ करना चाहूँगा कि भारत को एक डेवलप्ड नेशन बनाने की दिशा में अगर आप एक कदम आगे बढ़ते हैं तो सरकार 10 कदम आगे बढ़ने के लिए तैयार है। इसलिए आगे बढ़ने का यही समय है, आगे बढ़ने का सही समय है। मुझे विश्वास है कि आप सभी मिलकर भारत को सशक्त बनाने के सरकार के प्रयासों में अपना इम्पॉर्टेंट कंट्रीब्यूशन दे रहे हैं, भविष्य में भी देते रहेंगे। इस अवसर पर अधिक कुछ न कहते हुए मैं एक बार फिर मुझे आप यहाँ पर इनवाइट करने के लिए आप सभी को धन्यवाद देता हूँ और आप सभी के फ्यूचर प्लान्स में सक्सेस के लिए अपनी शुभकामनाओं के साथ अपना एड्रेस यहीं पर समाप्त करता हूँ। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the revolutionary changes in the aerospace, defense and manufacturing sector is, of course, going to continue. The Government of India, Bharat Sarkar, is totally with you towards further growth and development. That's been the call to the industry given by the Honorable Raksha Mantri. Let's all, with a huge round of applause, thank the Honorable Raksha Mantri for encouraging the industry and for a highly positive address. Dhanyavad, sir. I would now request the Managing Director of Triune Exhibitors Private Limited, Shri Cyril Pereira, for the words of thanks.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಗುಡ್ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ನೂನ್ ಲೇಡೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಜೆಂಟಲ್ಮೆನ್. ಪ್ರಥಮವಾಗಿ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯೋತ್ಸವದ ಹಾರ್ದಿಕ ಶುಭಾಶಯಗಳು. 6ನೇ IMS 2023 ಇದರ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನಾ ಸಮಾರಂಭಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವ ತಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕ ವಂದನೆಗಳು. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the esteemed guests and dignitaries present here. A big thank you to our Honorable Raksha Mantri, Bharat Sarkar, respected Shri Rajnath Singh Ji, for accepting our invitation to grace this occasion and share his thoughts. In spite of his busy schedule and official commitments, he has accepted our invitation to be the chief guest for the inauguration of IMS 2023. We sincerely thank you, sir. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Shri Tejasvi Surya, Honorable Member of Parliament, Bangalore South, Bharat Sarkar, for his time and for sharing his qualitative thoughts. By his presence, he has added more color to this inaugural program. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to express our sincere thanks to Dr. Sudhanshu Trivedi, Honorable Rajya Sabha Member, Bharat Sarkar, for gracing us with his presence today. Your active participation has added great significance to this inaugural ceremony. Thank you, sir. Further, we are grateful to Shri Baba Kalyani, Chairman and Managing Director, Bharat Forge Limited, for demonstrating his support and participating in this inaugural function. Your presence has added immense value to this inaugural ceremony. We thank you, sir. I also wish to express my gratitude to Shri Arun Ramchandani, Executive Vice President and Head L&T Defense, for providing encouragement and support, which means a lot to us. I am sure with your support, IMS exhibition will reach greater heights. Thank you, sir. I also extend my thanks to Team Laghu Udyog Bharati, Karnataka chapter, and IMS Foundation for their enormous cooperation and support in organizing this 6th edition of IMS 2023. As you are aware, that media plays a key role in promoting any exhibition or conference. I wholeheartedly thank the entire electronic and print media for their presence here and for covering this event. Thank you very much. A special thanks to all the supporters, industrial associations, sponsors, exhibitors, invitees, and all those who have contributed directly or indirectly in making this inaugural ceremony a grand success. Thank you, one and all. I'm sure all of you must be very hungry. Once again, Vandanagalu, thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, Mr. Cyril Pereira, for proposing a cordial vote of thanks. I would now request all of you to kindly rise for the national anthem. Rashtrageet ke liye, I would request all of you to kindly rise.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you very much. The Honorable Raksha Mantri and the dignitaries will now move towards the inauguration of the exhibition, Hall 1 and 2, IMS 2023 Aerospace and Defense Exhibition, and it will be followed by lunch. Please enjoy your lunch. I would request all of you to kindly be there for the 2-3 minutes until and unless the Honorable Raksha Mantri exits the main hall. So please enjoy your lunch, and as you're all aware, the day is not yet over. After the lunch, there will be sessions, so please move to the conferences, and definitely you will all enjoy the same. Enjoy all the 3 days, and do not forget to visit the stalls and the development made by the aerospace manufacturing, as well as the general engineering sector and the defense sector. Please visit the stalls and see the growth of all of them, and you encourage all the stalls. So thank you very much, and enjoy your stay. Namaskara, and all of you, please take care.
Mic check. Yeah. I request all of you to please come to the front row and sit. Please come to the front sofa row and please sit. I request all of you to please come to the front sofa row and sit. Please fill up the front rows. देखना Good afternoon, everybody. We'll start the session because of the change in timings of the morning program. We cannot postpone further. We'll start the program. The first session is on Future Ready MSME India. Actually, it is made for MSMEs who can derive benefit from the experts who are in different fields who are going to guide what MSMEs have to do if at all they want to supply to defense and aerospace. I request Dr. B.K. Das to please come and occupy the dais. We have Dr. G. Satish Reddy and Sri A.V.S. Prasad in the next speakers. No, please. Dr. B.K. Das is presently Distinguished Scientist and Director General, ECS, DRDO. He is BTech, MTech and PhD in electronics. He worked in Indian Missile Program for 33 years. Very important is when technology was not available from developed countries due to severe sanctions and other things, he led a young team and developed state-of-the-art technologies in India. Please give a big hand to Dr. Das. In 2020, he took over as Director IRDE, where he indigenously developed complex electro-optical systems like LEOP for helicopters, CAMOP for aircrafts. In 2022, he took over as Director General, ECS. Dr. B.K. Das is a recipient of several national and international awards. He has over 200 national and international publications and 10 patents to his credit. I request Kulkarni. Mr. Kulkarni, our Lagu Udyog Bharati, to hand over a bouquet to Dr. Das. Please give a big hand to Dr. Das. I request Dr. Das to continue with the presentation. Thank you.
This side and change, but where is the presentation? Can you load the presentation? This side I have to point. Not taking. You will move it from there? Can you bring it to the first? And can you reduce the volume little, this audio? It's too much echo is happening. Hello? Yeah, I think that's better. Can you bring it to the first slide? I think by the time they're there with the slides, okay. So I will instruct from here. It's a little difficult, but you have to help me. Okay. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I'd like to thank Laghu Udyog Bharati, the organizers, for this great event, IMS, for its 6th version. In fact, it's a great honor for me to be with you to share for the next few minutes about our journey, our experience, and where we want you as a part of our journey, and how are we going to take the country to the top. At the outset, I must confess a couple of things before we go to the topic. First, it's very challenging to address the audience after lunch. And the second challenge is to address audience in a big hall. And big hall has got two challenges. It is challenging when it is full, and it is challenging when it is empty. So I was thinking of our Mahabharat's Chakravyuha. It's a place where you enter in is easy and getting out is difficult. I think entering into this hall was very easy for me. Getting out is becoming very difficult. I will collect this Chakravyuha maybe if I remember towards the end of my talk as well. It's always interesting to meet your own people at your own place, Bengaluru, and especially when the Karnataka Rajya Mahotsav was over yesterday, and heartiest congratulations to all the Bangaloreans, all the Karnataka, everybody for such a lovely program. And we have various kinds of events. Yesterday also we had a gala show of all our systems and technologies to the people yesterday and today, just as an insignia of Karnataka Rajya Mahotsav. And this event just coincides there, and it gives me a lot of happiness and interest to really share my feelings with my fellows here. Morning sessions we all have seen. We all have listened to such interesting talks by luminaries, and it has really, the heart was touched to what the transformation the India has. India was the India 100 years ago, which was rich in its culture, which was rich in its heritage, and whole world was looking up to India, which still carry the same. But when it comes to the world of technology, definitely India was not the India which it is today. Definitely we were looking at technology to the West. We were the people who are always looking for solutions from the West. We are the people who are always dependent on such solutions from abroad. Now today, that transformation has come. Today, there is a scenario change, there is a change in the entire economics, there is a change in technology, there is a change in infrastructures and whatnot. So we are in an inflection point of the country India. And what is that has made up to what we are today, and what is our way ahead further, is probably the challenge which we have to address through this forum. I think with this, next few minutes, let us see what we have achieved as an organization called DRDO towards the national defense for us, and what I am looking forward to from all of you, that how together we can transform this challenge to a possibility to make our country as one of the global leaders in defense technology. Can you change the slides? Yeah. It's very difficult for me. Can somebody help me to little turn this display at least? I should be able to see at least one display. Yeah, this one, if you can little turn to this side, since there is nobody else in the stage. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So, yeah. Careful, huh? Yeah, that's it. I think. Thank you so much. And this you can slightly shift. Yeah, just to give you a quick journey of what DRDO is, these are our major 7 clusters on which we are committed to support our armed forces. Missiles and strategic systems, where all of you are familiar with the type of missiles which we have done. Aeronautical systems, with all both manned and unmanned fighter aircrafts, airborne surveillance and engines. Armaments and combat engineering for the rockets and artilleries and all that. Naval systems and materials, sonar systems, torpedoes, anti-torpedo weapons, and class of materials. Thank you so much. Life sciences and soldier support systems for both nuclear, biological, and chemical detections and protections, nuclear medicine, life supports, and all that. Another core happens to be the electronics and communication systems. This I always say as the soul of the whole organization, because all these systems which we are seeing, the main hardware of electronics goes from these clusters. So further to that, radars, electronics warfare, electro-optic systems, laser-based equipments, communications, microwave, and directed energy weapons. Maybe if time permits, I'll touch upon a little bit on this. And the seventh one is the microelectronics devices and computational systems, wherein solid-state electronics, artificial intelligence, robotics, and all those gambit of stuffs. Next. So this is what we have done it. And if I look at a small journey of what as a country we have achieved today in defense from DRDO, this is the self-reliance story. If we talk about missiles, whether it is surface to air, air to surface, and all that, fighter aircrafts, there are very few countries in the world probably who are building their fighter aircrafts. India happens to be one of them. Airborne early warning and control systems, those aircrafts, radars of all classes. This is a very interesting story because radar, as you know, is the main weapon, the main eye, and the main backbone of any defense systems of the country. And today, when we talk about radar, all class of radars, whether it is at the ground, ship, airborne, or submarine, all of them have to happen through DRDO, through our labs. Electronic warfare, another very interesting topic, where no country normally allows us to import because this is the trade secret of the country for the social and national security. But here is the labs who develop the complete electronic warfare systems for the navals, land, and the air systems. Software-defined radio, of late a very big challenge for any country to have the communications of versatility, diversity. So that is what again we develop. Sonars, torpedoes, bombs, warheads, and munitions, rockets and artillery guns, armored fighting vehicles, and combat engineering, and NBC systems. So broadly next. Broadly, these are the systems which has been developed by DRDO, deployed for the armed forces, and a type of a self-reliance we have achieved in this gambit. Next, please. Now, just to give you a quick journey of the products which has been inducted already to our armed forces, thanks to our armed forces. All class of radars, if you talk about mountain radars like Varuni, Aslesha, Indra, 3D TCRs, weapon locating radars, battlefield surveillance radars, Rajendra radar, which is a part of Akash weapon systems. So all these have been developed and already inducted to our armed forces. Tank systems, MBT Arjun, Samyukta for EW systems, Dibya Drishti, multi-barrel rocket systems like Pinaka, communication systems with combat net radios, briefcase SATCO terminals, and remotely operated vehicles. Next. So these are certain products which has already been inducted. Further to the ground-based systems, if you look at this class of missiles like Akash, BrahMos, Nag, holographic sights, handheld thermal imagers, bridging systems, the list is unlimited. Please go next. So the ground-based systems, these are certain very important ground-based systems. Morning you heard about Baba Kalyani ji, what he was mentioning, various kinds of attacks, the towed artillery gun, this is one of the best we have done in the world, probably the farthest, longest range possible. Self-propelled mine barriers, cornerstone weapon systems, bridge, radars, Aslesha version 2, ADFCRs. These are all again the class of systems which are under the active stage of induction under the armed forces. Next. So if we go to, keep going, don't come back. So if you are going for the ground-based further systems, QRSAM, quick reaction surface-to-air missile, a very interesting missile system again, where you can fire on roll. When you are marching your entire ammunition, tanks, and everything on the warfield, on the move you can launch and you can maintain the accuracy. So it's a marvel of technology along with its radar systems, its fuse, its seeker systems, propulsion systems, all this put together has made one really great systems for us. Akash new generations, Pinaka and guided Pinaka. These happen to be some of our systems which we have developed and delivered. Coming to the air-based systems, a number of them we have inducted. If you talk about the light combat aircraft, few minutes back I was mentioning that light combat aircraft, there are very few countries in the world probably who have the capability to develop their own fighter aircrafts. India happens to be one among them. Pilotless target aircrafts, airborne early warning control systems, class of missiles, EW systems, avionics, and aerial delivery. These are some of the systems which has been inducted. Coming to the sea-based systems, right from sonars to torpedoes to anti-torpedo decoys to missiles to EW systems, plethora of them which has been developed and delivered to our armed forces. Next one. These are certain sea-based systems which are under advanced stages of development. If you talk about, just maintain it for a while, please. Yeah. If you talk about the Duncan sonars, Away sonars, advanced lightweight torpedoes, electrical heavyweight torpedoes, and supersonic missile-assisted release of torpedoes called SMART. So these are certain, then high expendable aerial targets called obvious, software-defined radios. These are certain which are another advanced stages of induction. Coming to the air-based systems, Under advanced stages of development, air versions of BrahMos supersonic cruise missiles. I think we had one test very recent. Smart anti-airfield weapon systems. And if we talk about active electronic scan array radar, this is again another very important. Good afternoon, sir. Nice to see you. Good afternoon to each one. I'm sorry we just started a little early. We have to make up the time. I'll continue. Thank you, sir. So, we are talking about active electronic scan array radar. This is again a very interesting story. Probably if time permits, I'll touch upon a bit on that. So we have become one of the best to develop such kind of a radar, which is so agile, which is so accurate, and it is for our fighters. It has already flown in LCAs, and now the orders are coming up, and further to that for other fighters like Su-30 and further, we have been asked to develop such kind of systems. Go next. So, and these are the, if we talk about the radars, this a few minutes back I was mentioning, we have our own primary radars for AWNC Mark 1 and Mark 2 we are working ahead with. ASR for LCA Air Force, then we are talking about the MPAR and radars for NUS, and of course active phased array radar and its variants for naval helicopters and the aircrafts. Yeah, these are certain very, very strong high-tech radars under development. You'll be very happy to know because I'm sharing the development because lots of opportunities for MSMEs, a lot of opportunities for our industries to do that handholding. So the primary radars for AWNC Mark II, this is under active stage. Swap optimized synthetic aperture radars for our UAVs. And the last one is a Khiti's radar. This is very interesting for the Dornier midlife upgrade, wherein in a very record time, I think I still remember when Dr. G. Satish Reddy here was the chairman DRDO, we took this challenge that within less than 18 months we'll take the project and we'll realize the radar. Sir, you'll be happy to know, yesterday we have demonstrated, the radar is ready, it has been realized and it has been demonstrated yesterday. It's a record time within less than 18 months. If you remember, I committed to you, I still remember in July 22, that by December 23, we'll make the radar ready. Sir, it is ready in November. So just to mention, just a minute, that this is the agility of DRDO. When we take up this challenge in such level, we really do it. And again, the credit does not go along to DRDO. It is actually the industries. Because all the industries have come up. They have broken their barrier and come forward. Otherwise, you can imagine in 18 months to imagine, design, make the PCBs integrated, make the radar and show it to track. And that's the kind of power which the combination of DRDO and the industries together can achieve. Similarly, just a glimpse about the various electronics warfare applications. There is quite a bit of large-scale indigenizations we have done. Just two examples I wanted to touch upon in this short time. One is called the thermal management technology. This is something called air cycle machine. This is as an en bloc we are importing it, either from Israel or from Europe. And today in our lab, we have developed the complete air cycle machine, both for 2 kilowatt and 3.5 kilowatt. So all our systems, which are EW systems, now no more dependent. And you can all appreciate that foreign dependency, initially it was for our systems. Later on it has been broken down to basic subsystems and even to the block LRUs. Today, those dependency with block LRUs also have a problem. There could be an import choke, that is a very standard thing which all of us face, but beyond that, there could be a geopolitical situations. Today, you see, nobody could think there could be a war like this with Hamas and Israel, that if you have any dependency on Israel for any of the systems, all those development indirectly gets choked. That's the reason, in anticipations, DRDO thinks of technology that what is required for the future, for all its subsystems, we launch those technology. Interestingly, technology will never be visible. What is visible for you is the system when it is demonstrated, but the technology gives us the power, the foundations to the country, where we can think next to be a global superpower. That's exactly what has happened in these two verticals. And if we talk about the radar warning receivers, this is another very interesting thing. We were continuously depending on Israel for such kind of an imports. Today, this country is absolutely powerful. Whether we talk about excited receiver processors, we talk about the basic technology of radar warning receivers, the entire technology has been developed, delivered, demonstrated by this country, by our industries. Can you have next? Because we have all these, technologies under control, today we are going forward, almost every day there are some news articles coming in, you might be seeing it. Our Su-30 MK platform, we are going to go for a full upgrade, wherein our entire EW suite, our radar, our SDR and our electro-optic suites are going there. So that's a great things for DRDO and a great opportunity for all the industries. With the number of aircrafts which are going to be modernized, the entire chain will have their hands full for the next few years to work with. Can I go next? I was thinking, so yeah. Now maybe 1 minute if you can do that. In the meantime, we can keep talking. Yeah, let me use this time to continue. In the meantime, they shift the chairs. So what I was trying to say is, see, when we look of a fighter aircrafts, I always say a fighter aircraft is a toy in the sky if you don't have all the accessories along with it. You need a radar, you need electro-optic systems, you need a software-defined radio, you need the electronics warfare. And as long as we import them, even if we have a fighter aircraft capability within the country, still we will have the cripples by then. So that's the reason the entire sensor suite for the fighter aircrafts has to be developed within the country. And that is why we took this challenge. And all this, the electro-optical systems, if you talk about, whether it is for the UAVs, whether we talk about for our fighters, whether we talk about for our helicopters or aircrafts, a plethora of such systems has been designed and developed, and you'll be finding very interesting that very challenging technologies has been mastered through these systems for each one of them. If you talk about EW systems, we are working with shared aperture antenna. If you talk about active electronic scan array, we are talking about planks and tiles kind of TR modules. Right, the journey has started from LDMOS to the gas to the GAN. If you talk about electro-optics, we have had the challenge that in the future what's happening, everybody wants more and more number of sensors within. But at the same time, they want a longer vision of the sensors and they want a smaller size of the payload. I mean, that's mutually contradictory, but that is exactly what is the requirements. So to match such kind of requirements, you have to have a complete change in technology. Otherwise, you can't meet these contradictory requirements. Recently, we have cut throat into another very interesting challenge that's called the common aperture optics. It's a very simple thing, because if you need 5 cameras, it will occupy the space as much small you make the camera. If I can have one lens and I take out the optics from there and I separate it out to the respective detectors, that's called the common aperture optics. That's a very new technology. We have already recently done it, and recently the example which I was mentioning, for Dornier aircrafts, we did that 18 months challenge. Within that, we have cracked this technology of common aperture optics. Today, we have the system with a single lens and 5 sensors behind. So absolutely 1/5 the size and you get the facility of 5 sensors. That's the kind of a technology which we have achieved as DRDO through industries. Can you go next? Yeah, this is one of those common aperture, further going up, scaling it up, because as you have the technology in your control, you need to have more power. So more power for a much longer vision. It is something around 45 to 50 kilometers if you want to look at a human being and you can still identify them. That's the kind of a power in electro-optics which the country needs. So this is our next generation technology which we are working. That is called compact electro-optical airborne surveillance systems, both for long range and medium range. This will go for future generations, Archers and those kind of UAVs. Can I have next, please? Okay, so this is just a small journey of what we have achieved as a set of technologies. And I was just trying to take this audience forward that what is going to be the futuristic warfare scenario. We can't have the conventional warfare anymore wherein a plethora of radars, a plethora of missiles or tanks which are going to make us to win the war. Today, if we look for the next generation warfare, it is first, go next please. Now, just to show you, because it's not possible for me to explain each of the technologies, but I'm just trying to say, as DRDO, if we have developed systems today, it is only a technology of yesterday. And today, if we are thinking of a future system for which we should have a technology of today. And as long as we are dependent on technology abroad, or as long as we are dependent on subsystems abroad, even if we make a system on our own, we will have our dependencies. And all along, if we are becoming chasers, if we are able to see a foreign systems and we are asked to match the spec of the foreign systems, then this country is going to be only a system chaser. And chasers will not be winners. If we want to be the winners, you have to set the reference for the rest of the world. And that can happen provided the technology is under your control. And India is a brain of the lands of technologies. Today, the Silicon Valley does this with India. So all those technologies has to be thought about in this country, mastered in this country, and goes forward. And that's the reason in most of our technology verticals, we have our internal brainstorming to define technologies. And I can just give you a journey. In any one field, if I say only electronic warfare, if you look at right from antenna to receiver to processor to exciter to transmitter to systems, if you see all of them, I have made a block here of every 10 years, and you see, as the world has gone forward with technology, so is DRDO. Each of the technology, right, if you look at antenna, right from horn antenna, we started in 90, and today 21 onwards, we are exactly on the planar antenna. And same thing on the receivers, we have gone up to 1 gigahertz digital receiver. RF SoC was a dream 20 years back. Today the technology is on our hand, we should be able to utilize it. So DRDO has been strong in getting the maximum articulation of the subject which is available on the international market and how we take it on forward to empower our own systems. And that's exactly what has been done. And that is the reason today, the systems which we will develop, we are going to challenge the rest of the world with regard to its performance. It's only because we as DRDO, we as a country, India, have mastered mastered the technology. Just to conclude it, there at the end, there is a system, you can see Him Shakti, and at the end, there is called Dhara Shakti. This is a land and deserts, the electronic warfare systems, and which is a denial to our country. And even if they open these systems for our country, I don't think our armed forces would like to import them, because our systems have been proved to be much more efficient and powerful than what is available in the contemporary world. Can you go next? Same is the case of radar. What I mean to impact through these slides is, as DRDO, we have not today, we are mastering the technology and we are growing with the technology all along. That's the reason the product which is coming today is at par with its international thing, because the top power technology has been imbibed into our products. Please go next. Yeah, having done that, can somebody help me with a glass of water, please? Having done that, is that all? What as a DRDO we are mastering today as a technology, or what as a defense technology we are doing, is it all is our reference, or is it that we have to shift forward? Today the world, what I said this slide is emerging disruptive technology, the new normal for the geostrategic leverages. If we are talking about being really number one in the world today, thank you so much, dear. Then we have to look for typically the disruptive technologies. This is something, if we can master, this is something, if we can critically implement, then probably we will be in the leader to make our next generation systems. So just to mention a few, cyber safe, artificial intelligence and machine learning, autonomous systems, quantum technology has become the buzzword today. Whether you talk about quantum computing, quantum communication, where I was one of the young scientists lab, has done a wonderful job. Quantum sensing, photonics, that is again the next buzzword. Today we are working on photonics radar. Probably we are one of the few countries who are going to develop photonics radar of our own. Materials, if you talk about materials, whether we graphene, quantum dots, aerosols, metamaterials, biomaterials, that's going to be the next level of challenge. C5 ISR, I have just added further cyber to this. That is how it has become C5. Highly immersive, realistic training environment. This is going to be very, very critical. Hypersonic glide, digital revolution. This is going to dictate the systems for tomorrow. Genome sequencing, genome editing, Internet of Things, Internet of Military Things, mobile connected devices. These are the real technologies which are going to dictate the war of tomorrow. Cloud services, edge computing, genetic engineering for cognitive defense, blockchain, which assures the traceability of every process, digital twins, robots and cobots. This is going to again be the new definitions of the warfare for the future. 3D we all know, 4D printing with additive manufacturing. That's going to be digitally extended realities. Directed energy weapons. This is again going to be the next generation warfare rule. We are going to talk about the high-powered laser weapons. We are going to talk about the electromagnetic radiations and electromagnetic power pumping directed energy weapon systems. These are going to be the new power domains which are going to define the warfare for the future. And of course, human-machine symbiosis and the teaming, man-machine teaming with AI domain and precision navigation. Next, please. So I just thought, just to give you a journey, it's too short a time for me to explain the technology, but what I mean to say is, that's the domain of technology which as a country, India, we all have to look up to. And why I'm putting these slides in front of this august audience is, this MSMEs which we talk about, those power which is there within, it should not be only on manufacturing. It should not be only on making the systems for which the design is given. I think it's the responsibility of every Indian now to think how to empower India. An empowerment of India cannot happen by one man doing design and another man doing manufacturing. Everybody should have a right to think new, take it to a different plane, come out with a creative technology, make those technology. We at DRDO are there to support you, whether the startups and MSMEs who are there here. All the efforts, I think, together should create a technology ecosystems. I think that is what this country looks forward to take it to the next level. So when I talk about this combination, DRDO, industry and academia, just yesterday I was making something, each one of us have our strength. We are never the competitors to each other, because unless we three sit together, we can't complete the triangle and we can't make the pyramid on which the country can rest, which is that three vertices of the triangle. DRDO is one, which has got a vast experience on the defense technology because we are working for all these years. Operational and environment know-how we have quite strong at, because a lot of field trials we have done. We have spent our time with armed forces. We have gone to those far borders. We have understood what is their problems. And enter required capturing skills. What is requirement capturing skills? If you go back to the armed forces today, if you go to the Northern Command, you talk to the soldier can say what he needs to fight. He can tell you the technology. It is DRDO who is going to understand the soldier's vision, and he can translate it to the technology which is required. That mapping is what is most important. And that is what probably I consider the strength of DRDO. Just to mention 3 points. And just a second, I have to complete the triangle. Now, if it comes to industries, yes, today's Indian industries are adequately matured. In the last few years, we are seeing the kind of generation shift which has happened to the defense industries. They have all come forward to deliver systems, whether fighter aircrafts or missiles or tanks, today they're there for us. Realization facilities, probably they are one of the best. And their quick procurement procedures, I think industries are much, much faster in getting things done, and they're very, very resourceful guys. So this is what is going to be industry strength, which is going to help us out. Then what for academia? Yes, they are the guys who have got the analytical brains. They are the Dronacharyas. They have made us what we are today. So if we directly go back to them, whatever is shortfall in them, I think they will still replenish it up further. They have got a strong theoretical background, fairly good technology update, and a strong research force behind. I think these three together, if they complete, our country will rest on a strong foundation. That is why DRDO, Industry Academia, we call it DIA. English में भी दिया, हिंदी में भी दिया. वो दिया से पूरा चिराग आता है और पूरा देश चमकता है. Can you go next? Yeah, I just made a split of various technologies which different labs are doing. Cluster-wise, I was doing this analysis just to show that these are the set of technologies on which we all are working. I mean, if you look each one of them, if I at random pick up something, terahertz imaging, something is visible there. Terahertz is a world which is, I think, country is absolutely nascent and the whole world is at that stage. We can take this technology. God has given us everything. The spectrum is there with us. How we use terahertz to have the non-evasive check of what is the weapon hidden inside, this could have a direct civilian use as well in the airports and various other places. We can have a combination of technologies in photonics. So like that, there is a plethora of such systems available for all of us to work forward. Can we go next? Yeah, go next. Yeah, here I wanted to say something. Atmanirbhar Bharat, if it comes this mission, what is our strength today? Our strength today is in the design. Our strength today is on independent verification and validation. Our strength is today on software, and we have got a very strong trained manpower. Then what is that we look forward to supplement from industries? The product engineering, swap optimization, reliability, system engineering, documentation, system integration and testing. This is something, if it collaborates with DRDO, I think this combination will be one of the royal combinations to deliver the systems much faster. Can you have next, please? Yeah, this is just a snapshot of what, as a DRDO, Government of India, we have gone forward to support the industries. Nearly about 3.2 lakhs crores, proposed production is another 2 lakhs of crores, and 1,800 industries have joined hands with DRDO today to make our country independent of import. Transfer of technology, we are going into the huge number of people, huge number of industries. Technology Development Fund, it has escalated today, all of you must be knowing. From 10 crore, it has gone to now 50 crores. DRDO patents from Indian industries, we open it free for all of you. Development and production partner, it's a DCPP, is a new concept we have come up these days, wherein whenever there is a production order, power is there, at the design itself we are involving industries, so that by the time the product becomes ready, the industry can do the next scaffolding, we don't need further. Testing supports, evaluation, certifications, export, and technology and scientific supports. These are the total support we are extending to the industries, and that is how we are able to define in 4 lists nearly 411 negative import. Go ahead, next please. Yeah, just to give one footprint, how the entire ecosystem has developed over the years. If you look at one footprint of only radars, if we talk about, across the country, if you see, these are the set of industries who have come up over the years to empower themselves to develop radars. And today, if you see, the radars which we make, entire industries is empowered to make, we don't do. We are going ahead further to develop the next generation radar which industries cannot do, and what industry can do, we are not doing. That's the kind of a generation shift in manufacturing has come because we have groomed the industries over the years. Next one, please. It's not only industries, like few minutes back I was completing the triangle. Academic institution is not lagging behind. The set of academic institutions, if you look at IIT Delhi and all other industries, academic institutions who help us out to empower our technology development program. Next one. Yeah, this was one graph I was making. This will be a little interesting for you. This is for radars, just to give a feel of what we do. What is the approach of DRDO towards industries? You see, 1990s or 2000, if you look at, we are Mirror radar, 3D radar, Rajendra radar. Those are the essential weapon systems as a part of missile program, wherein the DRDO contribution is roughly about 80% and industry contribution is about 20%. Because naturally, the industry ecosystem has not developed that time. But as you go forward, I have collected exact data to make this graph for you. You see, gradually, the DRDO contributions in making radars is falling down. We are almost coming, if you look at 2010, 2015, for ADTCR, AESR and all that, DRDO involvement is roughly about 30%, and industry involvement has come down to 70%. That's the empowering our ecosystems. It is not that we just created ecosystems. We have empowered industries to deliver on their own. And finally, our goal is, if you look at 2025, literally for certain radars, the industry is 100% and DRDO is literally 0. That's our win. When you hold the back of the cycle and the child runs by himself, I think that is the winning of a guru. And today DRDO in technologies is like that. We are there only to watch from a distance to see how our industry ecosystem is flourishing. Then what DRDO is doing? Our idea is to make, just a second, our idea is to make ourselves free so that DRDO works on the technologies which is on the blue graph. Quantum radars, photonics radar, cognitive radars. These are the next generation radar systems. I am not sure whether in next 5 years I can build a radar, but the amount of money I invest to create that technology is phenomenal, which none of us will like our industries to invest. That is where we invest that manpower, we invest that energy to create that technology, and these are the opportunities in which India could be the world leader. If we can make it today, nobody has done it. If we can make a quantum radar, if we can make a cognitive radars today, we will be one of the leaders in the country, in the world, to be India as the number one. Next one, please. So this is just again a base of major industries for all our systems. We are trying to say that the industry base is created all around the country. Go next, please. These are certain new initiatives we have taken. Just now I explained you. 105 DCPP we have awarded. 1,637 transfer of technology has been given. IPRs today we have 2,529 and the patent of 639. These are all the kind of achievements which has been done for the technology developments. Next, please. Yeah, now it's a point for us to ponder. With all these we have achieved, with our goal being so well set, what's to go next? Where are we? Just a second. Where are we today? Today, the foreign direct investment has raised from 49% to 74%, thanks to our current government, all initiatives, all interest, all encouragements we have got from them. And that single mantra, which says, Atmanirbhar Bharat, I was thinking it is like, the beads are there. You need a thread to make a garland. I think that Atmanirbhar Bharat slogan is nothing but that thread, which has united all our beads together to make a beautiful garland. All the industries have become productive. All have been focused. All had a trust within the system. That here a system, if it is developed from Indian industry, it is accepted, it is used by our armed forces, and it empowers our export. That much kind of a trust which has come to our ecosystems through this. Domestic defense production, that is how it has been increased. 54% it was in 2019. And you see it has jumped up to 75% in 2024. 5 years, I doubt that any country across the world could make such a jump from 54 to 75. It is only because of that one mission that we have to create systems and technology ourselves. Of course, we are the third highest military spender after US and China. That shows that we are very, very concerned about our military power. Tenfold increase in export from 16 to today, but still we have to do a lot in export. We are exporting almost about 85 countries, and about 100 firms are involved in export today. All this is fine, but there is a red line today. We are still the largest importer, 11% of the military hardware. Maybe about 45% from Russia, 29% from France, so on and so forth. So this red line only we have to address today. And if you have to address this red line today, I think it's DRDO alone cannot do it. It has to be done as a synergy of effort across the country. So that's the reason. But there is an interesting way. That's the reason I put it in green lines. 21% decline in arm import has happened in the last 5 years. That's a good sign. We are on a positive part of choking the import. And we are targeting for $25 billion in defense manufacturing, including $5 billion in defense exports. I think this was told in the inaugural program today. Next, please. Yeah. And the most interesting part, 63 million MSMEs are contributing towards 30% of the GDP. Today, we are going to challenge Germany and very soon to Japan. If that has to happen, you are the assets for this country. You are the people who have to be empowering the country today with all our research, all your developments to make an India initiative from MSME. 70% indigenization is our target. And of course, Make 1, Make 2, ADAPT 2020, all IDEX. I think all of you know that. And today also, Honorable Raksha Mantriji addressed about the new IDEX, wherein so many good things are happening. Next one, please. So if you come to the role of MSME towards nation building, separate budget is there already for the domestic capital procurements. Indian aerospace defense is strategically critical. So almost $250 billion we are expecting in the next 10 years. And of course, we have to have our own process to accelerate the strategic partnership. Next one. A small example, charity begins at home. I was going through this article yesterday, Alibaba.com. It is a very live example. China has grown when Alibaba.com has developed with 18 people from a village of China. And that Alibaba could finally control whether you come about Flipkart, whether you talk about Amazon, and finally manifesting up to $1.25 million to handholding MSMEs. And today's China's worldwide e-commerce has gone to 40% from 1%. See, this is what the power of MSME is, what in one simple example I wanted to give. Last one. These are the few international pictures. I was going through one report that how different countries are supporting the MSMEs. with those kind of a defense budget allocated, they have their own system. I have gone through these 4 reports, and I have my own suggestions to conclude on the last slide. Go next, please. Of course, for the role of MSME is very important. You have to identify the right opportunity. You have to build the foundation infrastructure. You have to secure the initial order, because first your seed has to be there. Then only you can grow. Certification and expansion, and move up into the value chain so that you grow from Laghu Udyog to Guru Udyog. That's the kind of a jump you need to do. Go next. Yeah, these are our strengths. I was saying it is not MSME alone. Our startups are our strength. Today during exhibition, I met some of the startups. They are very promising. Through their eyes, I was seeing a new India, and they are the people who are going to redefine a new India for all of us. Next one. Yeah. So what is support required for MSME? I think one is the awareness of MSME towards indigenization. All our MSMEs should know what are the challenges, what are the requirements, how to develop the ecosystem. And I think my suggestion is there has to be a mentor-mentee program. I think this is what was there in US also in one of the groups. Innovation challenges we should do across MSME. The best challenges we should really support it in DRDO and in the country. Next one, please. Yeah, I was saying a 60 formula for MSMEs. You should have time, technology, teaming, transparency, target, and transformation. These are the 6 things, 6 parameters in which you have to identify, you have to value the MSME. Because MSMEs, if you support, MSMEs also have to show their power. And your powers has to be rated across, this is my thinking, across these 6 platforms to how best you are. Another point I was thinking is next, that is National Exploration Team. There has to be a national team who is going to really promote all the MSMEs onto wherever their problem is, they should be like their guide. And all the 411 list of negative import, we have to break it to small challenges and throw it across to the MSMEs, because they need not see the full canvas. They should master their domain and deliver. Next, please. That's it. So if we can do all this, it will be absolutely digital battlefield systems for our country, which I think rest of the world will be envious at. To conclude, thank you so much for this patient listening. And I must tell you that here is these MSMEs. The power of MSMEs is not today. Power of MSMEs is imbibed into our scripture. No Setubandh would have been complete unless a squirrel has put that grain of sand to complete the Setubandh, and which was duly acknowledged by Ramchandra. This is what is India, which respects every single and simple contribution, not only respect. Setubandh is incomplete without that grain. None of you can have a separate identity. You are a part of this great map of India. When the train runs, we can't see the wheels, but without the wheels, the train cannot run. Each one of you are the wheel of progress for this country, and each one of you should go forward to take the country the world's best. To conclude, I said, I started with the example of Chakravyuha, I will end with Chakravyuha. Our Ramayana Mahabharata says there was a Chakravyuha wherein Abhimanyu, the young MSME, entered in, but could not come out. But you have graduated over the years. You are the new generation Abhimanyus who knows how to get inside Chakravyuha, who knows how to devastate and come out of Chakravyuhas as winners. I bless all of you. I pray God that all our MSMEs should create a new systems. Thank you so much. May God bless you all. God bless you. Thank you.
So thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful presentation. I think what Dr. Das presented is a beacon of hope for all MSMEs to become medium and then large. Yes. I think we did not give sufficient time for you. I think we will have the next immediate opportunity to discuss with you in great detail, sir. I request our Vice President Shivanand Avuti to please present a memento on behalf of Laghu Udyog Bharati. Please give a big hand to Dr. Das. Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. G. Satish Reddy. I request him to come and occupy the seat on the dais. He is a former scientific advisor to Raksha Mantri, Chairman DRDO, and also Secretary DDR and D. Dr. G. Satish Reddy is former scientific advisor to Raksha Mantri, leading India's indigenous development of defense systems and technologies.
We don't require G.
Yeah.
I think we are all
he has worked on the development of missiles, fighter aircraft, unmanned aerial defense systems, and radar systems. Thank you. I request Singh ji, Singh. Who is that? Singh. Okay. It was so nice of you to have come from.
No, it's over. Actually, we finished off. Why so formal it is? Very good afternoon, everyone. I think the full program got shifted. I think most of you had your lunch probably 3:30, 4 o'clock or something like that later. So which makes many people to get into dozing off mode or relaxing mode. That's why we see that the situation here is. Anyway, firstly, like to congratulate Laghu Udyog Bharat and IMS, and particularly Krishna ji, for having these programs very periodically, very regularly, supporting all small industries, small-scale industries and medium-scale industries, bringing them together, representing to the government and various people on various measures what need to be taken and all that. So I've been associated with this program and Laghu Udyog Bharat last almost about 10 years regularly. I've been coming also for every program and seeing how it has been evolving. So congratulations to entire you and your team, Krishna ji, and best wishes for the future things also. Okay. See, friends, I don't have to tell many things. Dr. Das has given a lot of details and how the country has evolved and all that. If you look at in the last about 3 decades, the country from nowhere, where there were very few industries and then most of them were built to print, they were only based on the drawings, they were manufacturing. And now today, there are lots of industries which have come up. There are at least about 1,800 Tier 1 and Tier 2 industries which have come up in the country. And there are more than about 15,000 industries in the defense sector itself which are extending up to Tier 3 also, or maybe more also, about 18,000 or something like that. So a lot of changes have happened in the country with respect to that. And many of them have evolved from build to print to build to specifications today. A lot of people are able to build the systems and they are able to come out with subsystems and all that. If you look at today, the Aeronautical Development Agency here, which builds the aircrafts, has actually given a commitment saying that I can roll out an aircraft in about 2 to 3 years' time, which never world has seen. This is primarily because I was discussing with them how we are able to commit that. That is out of the capability what industry has developed, who are actually coming out with various avionics systems or other things which are required for the aircraft, and they're able to supply, and so we are able to get into it. That's how the confidence has come, and that is how the systems have evolved. If you look at the Akash missile, which is the missile largest number of missiles which have been produced here in the country for the armed forces here, which is being produced by BDL as a lead integrator, by value, 87% of the Akash missile is from MSMEs. 87%. That is the largest thing. That is the way industry has evolved and coming up and shaping up itself with the various things. At the same time, parallelly, a lot of innovations have come in the country. There is a sea change which has come in the country where the youngsters of the country are staying back here in the country. If you look at maybe about 10-15 years back, at least 80% of the people who are passing out or graduating from our academic institutes, which are the premier academic institutes like IITs, they were going abroad. Today, the current statistics show more than 75% of the students who are graduating from IITs are staying back here in the country. That is one more sea change. And earlier, no academic institute was having an incubation center. Very few, very, very few. I hardly say it's single-digit number or something like that. Now, almost most of the premier institutes and universities here in the country have incubation centers, and which has actually helped the youngsters to come out with their startups, and that's how, which in the year 2016, where there were about 458 startups in this country, today we have crossed more than 1 lakh startups, more than 1 lakh startups. That is again a sea change what has happened. And also when you look at the startups today, most of them are coming out with innovations for the globe, for the entire global countries which are there in the country. That is the sea change. The mindset has become that I am a globally competitive person. So that is why if you look at most of the startups are getting the funding not just from within India, most of them are getting funding from abroad, from various countries and various investors who are there and who are trying to support the startups. That is how this type of a financing mechanism also has come up in the country. So now, having seen Dr. B.K. Das' presentation also, you would have seen that the country, with a call given by Honorable Prime Minister as soon as he assumed his office, saying that make in India, and later giving Atmanirbhar Bharat that we should be able to make everything here in our country with a know-how, know-why, we have become self-reliant in many of the areas today, many of the areas. If you look at, I'm just repeating from the presentation what he has said, the country is today in the Ministry of, in the area of defense, we are self-reliant in the area of missiles, radars, sonars, torpedoes, electronic warfare systems, AWACS systems, guns, and aircrafts, and communication systems, and all that. If you look at it, most of these systems we have become self-reliant and we are able to make here in the country. That is how it is. Now, it is our duty, what are those gaps, what are those critical elements which get into it, need to be manufactured or need to be developed here in the country, the most important. If we have to be self-reliant, we have to be self-reliant in all aspects. Let's say when we talk about aero engines today here in the country, we need to develop the aero engines which are required for it. When the aero engine, when we talk about it, there are many parts like high-end compressors or whatever it is, or talking about single crystal blades and all that. These are need to be developed here in the country, which actually the industry, particularly the MSME, has to do. Actually, the distinction is something like this. When you talk about large-scale industries is the one which integrates large systems with a complete supply chain of the MSMEs. If the supply chain of these MSMEs is broken, I don't think the large-scale industry also will be able to do. That's what we keep doing, that the complete supply chain should be protected when an order goes to the large-scale industry, and try to see that. MSME produces most of the subsystems and systems also which are not large-scale systems. This is how the MSME goes in, and Laghu Udyog Bharat supplies the components to subsystems level what are required, which are there. So, but if you look at in this sector of Laghu Udyog Bharat and MSME, there are so many things which we are still importing into this country, which we need to develop or manufacture here in the country. If you look at even today, we import PCBs, we import resistors, we import capacitors. From there onwards, you look at many devices. I'm not talking about electronic fab, various other devices. You look at air detectors and whatnot, and components, laser diodes, acoustic sensors, many things what are required today are imported today, which needs to be indigenized here in the country. This is one of the important things what MSMEs and some Laghu Udyog Bharats have to take up and see that. This is one thing. Second, the topic is future-ready MSMEs. The future-ready MSMEs. What is future? See, as if you see the call of Honorable Prime Minister, it has changed from Make in India to Atmanirbhar Bharat and then Make for the World. You need to make it for the world. That means the entire world should come to you and buy everything from you. How they will buy? They will buy if the system is the state of the art or the first of its kind before the world comes. As Dr. Das was saying, we should not be in the chasing mode, and we should be in the leading mode. We should become the leaders in the world. We have to become the leaders means by the time the world comes out with any system, India should have already developed that. We always have that capability. We will be able to develop. It is only that we need to gear up the people and get ready to develop the systems, and very quickly we can develop. Absolutely no doubt about it. I'll give you a couple of examples how the systems have been developed here. When in the COVID period, when oxygen plants were required here in the country, and many of the things we were importing from outside, various parts and all that. The MSMEs here in the country, when the call is given by the nation, we need to develop them so fast. I'm telling you, right from various components, walls, rails, whatnot, and all that required in that, have been developed and produced in large scale quantities, and within about 3.5 months, more than 1,000 oxygen plants have been produced here in the country by MSMEs. And similarly, for the ventilators, when it was called for, April 9th the call was given, and 14th of August, 50,000 ventilators were delivered, right from producing iron from walls and all that. So that is the capability exists. It is only the drive we need to take and see that we are able to make those things and put our part. Only one thing I just want to say in the end, that our market, we should not be looking at India alone. If the industry has to survive, industry has to flourish, we need to look at the market as a global market. Then only the industry will be able to survive. Particularly, I'm talking about the defense industries. Defense industries, if they just depend on the orders from the Indian Armed Forces, I don't think the industry will be able to survive, because you get in once in 3 years, 4 years, and the limited orders, the industry production lines and all that will be extremely difficult. So, what is important is, when we are developing a product, when we are making a product, our eye should be for the global market, and we should work towards such a product where we are able to sell it across the globe. And that calls for state-of-the-art technology or first-of-its-kind technologies with a sustained quality word I use, it is the most important thing in the Indian industry, which you will listen it from Similac chief after me, that how important is the quality, how the quality within the system, within the industry need to be developed. Quality is not brought by an external person, quality should be brought by within, and we are very good at making the first 100 or first 10, not at the millionth one or 10th million one, or whatever product we are trying to make. That is why I use the word sustained quality, and then the cost should be lower than our competitors who are there in the globe. So if these three we are able to meet, we become global competitors, and we are also already in the way. Last year we have already done 2 billion exports, and I am sure that we will be able to reach in the next 2 to 3 years the target given by Honorable Prime Minister as 5 billions, and soon India should be emerging as one of the leading exporters once most of the systems what are being made here are developed, and then the industry is able to produce, particularly the private industry which has come into picture today. With the DCPP coming into picture in the last just about 3 years, out of the total about 1.5 lakh crores, more than 60,000 crores worth of the products are being produced by the private industry here in the country. So that is the type of a sea change which has happened. And so the industry is extending its arm and trying to look at the world market. And so we need to be future ready, means we need to be a global supplier. Our product should be of that state-of-the-art technology. With this, I close my speech here. Thank you very much for giving, and my best wishes to the MSME and Laghu Udyog Bharat for getting into a future-ready MSMEs and Laghu Udyog Bharat, Laghu Udyogs. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, sir. And Dr. Reddy is a big supporter of our IMS and Laghu Udyog Bharati. And please give a big hand, because during COVID time, over 75 technologies have been transferred to 100 industries for development. It is not a small achievement. I think DRDO has opened its door to the small industries. I request our President Sachin Sabnis ji to please give a memento, the mark of our appreciation and thanks to Dr. Reddy, who has come all the way to deliver the lecture today. Thank you, sir.
Right.
Our next speaker is Sri Prasad ji. He is please come, sir. The presentation is ready. He is Chief Executive, Airworthiness Semilac. Sri Prasad obtained BE and MTech with distinction and joined ADE, then DRDO in 1990. His area the Year Award in 1998. He took over as Chief Executive Airworthiness of Semilac in 2019 and undertaken several activities, including revision of DDPMAS document
A warm good evening to all the dignitaries and all the friends from the industry. I would different environments. It should function the same way, whether it is switched on in Himalayas or in Pokhran in the morning or night, in rain, sunshine. Or I'm a designer for 33 years. I have never done anything extra or additional for getting certification. We follow system engineering requirements. Learn to respect processes. And process is captured only through documents. And we don't do enough documentation. Just to drive home the point to you, there was a survey conducted by the Government of India in 2019, I feel, by a famous consultancy company to study the reasons behind the why the reasons for the success of the youngest and most successful industry in the country today, that is the IT industry. They, in addition to multiple reasons, the consultancy brought out two major reasons. The first reason is very cost-effective and high IQ human resources, what the country boasts of. And the second most important reason is they all follow system engineering. A software industry where implemented software engineering, it baffles me why with such learned people in our country, we don't implement system engineering in aeronautics and hardware, where the iterative process is both time and cost consuming. And this mistake, it is done with repetition and persistence and consistency in our country. And we keep blaming the regulatory bodies that the certification requirements are very tall order. Nothing. If you are doing something for certification, it is of no use because it's not adding to the value and robustness of the product. Next. And there is a lot of abstraction about the role of Semilac. We at Semilac, we ensure design adequacy and test adequacy so that the product meets the safety requirements and operational requirements. We don't see quality. We facilitate quality. We create the design adequacy requirements and test adequacy requirements so that DGQA, the quality agency, ensures the compliance to that. So you follow design adequacy and test adequacy as a part of designer. 33 years I've been a designer, that is my job. Why I should go and say Semilac is asking for this? How do you ensure the design, you have envisaged the functions the way it is supposed to? That is coming through test adequacy review boards, test requirement traceability matrix. These are all part of system engineering requirements documents. And one more thing I would like to tell all first generation MSMEs, whoever wants to take up aerospace defense industry, you should and must ensure that our RFPs, that is a request for proposals we float in the country, are highly suboptimal. They are not good enough. So the time and cost required, because in any aeronautical product, only 20 to 30% is the BOM cost. Please mark my words, especially system and system on systems. The rest 70% is design validation testing, jigs, fixtures, simulators, design and development of these three, documentation, QT, because no design in aeronautics clears the qualification test and accelerated test in one iteration. So we have to cater for 1 or 2 iterations. And the most important is the accelerated or the design for life tests, then the flying test beds, and then the actual target aircrafts. So it's a long haul. Men are separated from boys in aeronautical design. As a designer, I have designed systems for Army, Navy, and Air Force. And designing systems for aeronautics is an order of magnitude more challenging, time-consuming, and costly. So when you industries, when you're quoting for any aeronautical product, please ensure that 70% of the cost is for non-BOM and non-capital cost. That is my recommendation and suggestion to all the industries. And if you see the role of Semilac and DGQA, people say that it is contradictory or conflicting. No. In R&D and LSP, where design is important, Semilac has a major role to play. Once the LSP is over, we peel off. And in the production, it is all DGQA. But unfortunately, in our country, we don't respect the processes. Process variability is too high. In production, a lot of deviations come. And we are one of the few in the world where Semilac has to give waivers in the production. In the foreign countries, any safety critical component, if there is a deviation, if there is a process variability, it is put into the dustbin. The cost of maneuvers in giving the deviation and waiver is more costly than the component cost. But unfortunately, today in our countries, 50% of my maneuvers cost goes into giving deviations and waivers. That means we don't ensure that process variability is not there as we go into production. Next. I think in the morning someone was talking about requirement analysis and design. We don't focus on this. We do the PDR document, that is a design review, without doing system safety analysis, FMECA. We are the only country in the world who do not have a CONOPS document, who do not do SSA, FMECA, FHA, and we straight away go to PDR. What happens if you jump the processes? We'll see. If you try to save time in that initial planning phase and requirement analysis design, we go into an eternal, infinite loop of iterative design. This is what most of the projects, if you archive and do a statistical survey of all the aeronautical products which we have as a country developed today in the world, in India, you will see we spend more time in iterative of design and development rather than focusing on the initial phase. We try to take shortcuts in the beginning, and then we pay very dearly in terms of, even cost is not such a big issue. The maneuvers cost, that is the most costliest. The aeronautical designer maneuver cost is the costliest. We don't appreciate that. So my request and suggestion, friendly advice to you is, please follow the system engineering practices. You'll reap the benefits. Initially, you may end up spending a little more time, but in the long run, the return on investment will be far better than the model you are following now. Next. So if you see this, every international aeronautical system design house follows these practices. And to tell you, I am a member of ISRO Gaganyaan NEP program and all. Even ISRO follows these processes. So it is a good example that if you follow the processes, the benefits are there to be seen, especially in aeronautics and aerospace. Next. So this is the typical system engineering. Everyone in the world, they have to follow. If you don't follow, you will get into an infinite iterative loop. Next. So a lot of industries, especially MSMEs, when is the right time to come for certification? When the technology readiness levels is 1 to 3, please do not come to us. If you want to do in an open loop for concurrent certification to take our advice, you can always come. But the right time is when the TRL is between 3 to 6. That is when we can do value addition to your product. Next. So when I took over this organization, there was perennial complaints against Similec that regulatory body do not do any value addition and they create a lot of issues and problems. We did a SWOT analysis and these are there. And the next 4 years, I've tried to address all the weaknesses with various reforms. As we go along, we'll see what are the reforms to address those weaknesses. There is a persistent complaint against the regulatory bodies. So last 4 years, we have corrected ourselves. Now I would like to appeal to you that you have to correct yourselves so that we can toe the middle line and take this country forward. Next. So the first thing is, Dr. Das also, the last line was simplify certification procedures. Last 4 years, I have simplified and optimized the certification procedures. Now the various senior MOD keeps telling me, Prasad, why don't you reform and optimize further? I keep telling them, if I optimize further and simplify this certification process, the aircraft will not return back safely. So I have optimized and simplified the reforms to that extent. But still a false narrative is being built in this country that I have failed because of the certification regulatory body. So please try to work together and try to, maybe 4 years back you had some bad experiences, but today, last 4 years, I've taken up this as a mission to convert this. Once upon a time, it was considered as a reactive organization. The industry comes to us and we used to tell how they have failed. Pappu ko fail karna hai. But today we have become a proactive organization. Our intent, my mandate to my team is Pappu ko pass karna hai. So we want to facilitate you, do handholding, and we take pride when you succeed. We don't take pride when you fail. So that is the paradigm shift in the thought process at Similac today. Next. So we carried out, we simplified the procedures. We have rewritten the DDPMAS, that is the constitutional guideline documents. During COVID time, we studied all the international certification procedures. We have streamlined and we have adapted and we have customized it to the Indian. When I say customized, most of you are first generation aeronautical designers and I can't expect an infant to run a marathon. So we have brought in this staircase approach of certification, where in R&D phase, LSP phase and SP phase, we give you concessions, and as you migrate to the series production, we tighten the concessions and help you in ensuring that you get a successful product, like a Mark 1, Mark you to fly even with ESS and soft also. Some of the products, what Dr. Das was telling you is flying, they all have gone through the staircase approach of certification. So we are already practicing it successfully. So as an industry, the buzzword is ease of doing business, especially with the regulatory bodies. So these are 19 to 21, I have done the phase 1 reforms. 21 to 23 December, I have done the phase 2. And in phase 3, we are doing the balanced reforms. And we will see what are those reforms and how it will help the industry. Next. So we want to simplify the process. So we made the DDPMAS modular and we have created the website. I know the current generation would like to have those documents on a mobile phone. So the next 1 year, you will get most of the chapters of DDPMAS as an app on your Android phones and Apple phones. So because we have, most of the designers, they are reluctant to go through this document. So we thought the Defense Secretary mandated, it's not good enough you do the reforms, you have to disseminate and take it to the masses. So in that direction, we are trying to bring apps in the things. And the first app has come today as a draft thing. So next year, in another 6 months, you will see most of the DDPMAS document as part of an app in the mobile phone. If you see the certification, the CONOPS-driven certification, so we are telling industries that you need not follow MIL standards. It's very difficult to make a product for MIL standard in one attempt. So we have brought in this concept of tailoring of standards. Based on the platform-specific environment, we will allow you to tailor. When I say tailor, it's a technical jargon. Literally, we are diluting the rigor of testing. But to do the tailoring of the standards, you have to get the concept of operation document. In India, this word CONOPS is a very alien thing. Even I have been requesting Army, Air Force, Navy, DRDO, that you should never take up any aeronautical system design without having the CONOPS document. Once the JSQR document is released, we should make a CONOPS document and a requirement analysis so that it will help us to help you. One side you are asking us to optimize the rigor of testing, but again you don't do the CONOPS document, then how do I help you? I can't optimize the rigor of testing. For your information, we are the only country in the world who makes aeronautical systems without having the CONOPS document. And I am preaching to you because I have practiced. I have been a program director for Rustum 2, and I made this CONOPS document for that, and it helped us in tailoring the standards in a long way. So I'm preaching you what we have practiced successfully. Next. And this is one most important thing, test requirement traceability matrix. Each of the requirements, what the product is supposed to meet, the detailed requirements, you have to see how you are going to test it, whether with a special type test equipment, with a jig, with a fixture, with a simulator, or on the flight test bed, or on the aircraft. If you don't bring this out, your time and cost of testing will be suboptimal. So this is the most important matrix you have to make when you take up aeronautical system design. All this has been brought out in the new annexures and websites. You can go through it. Even you take GE or any multinational company, they follow these processes. And we in our country, when you come to CEMILAC, when we ask us to demonstrate that validation of the design requirement, then you start thinking about these jigs, fixtures, and simulators. As a private industry, I do not blame you, because in the request for proposal, all these finer detailing which has cost and time implications are not brought out explicitly. There is only one line called CEMILAC certification required, and it is pregnant with meaning, with time and cost. So now we are to help the industries, we are bringing out the detailed request for proposal template. In another 2-3 months, we'll put it on the website, so that each of this cost breakup and time breakup, we'll try to do handholding to the industry to facilitate them, they do the right costing. Because there was never a lack of intent on the part of the industry not to show compliance to the aeronautical practices. It was lack of appreciation and the suboptimal RFPs. So we are also equally responsible. That is a root cause problem for creating it is a cause and effect of the end problem. So we are trying to address and attack all the root cause problems so that together we'll become successful, instead of indulging in the blame game of the regulatory bodies are too tough for us to surpass their constraints. Next. So this I have already spoken. So we have taken the staircase approach. So you can always come to as a T equal to 0. Please come to CEMILAC. We have formed an amendment earlier. Till you have a purchase order or a letter of intent, you could never come for certification. But now we have done the amendment. RM has issued the thing. Any no cost, no commitment, any R&D, you can approach CEMILAC. We'll do handholding, so that the design and test adequacies, which can be subsumed only at the initial phase of the design, if you come at the fag end, we can't help you. So we are indulging in concurrent certification, and we'll ensure that you will be successful. Next. Next. So DDP mass document also, 2002 was the last revision. 2021 in Air Show, we have released the new version, which is modular, easy to understand, simplified, and scalable, and in line with the international certification procedures. And now the latest, one more upgrade we brought, we have renamed it as, next slide please, International Military Airworthiness Procedures, because we simplified the abbreviation also, IMAP, it is easy to correlate, and it is signed by RM. In the next few months, we will formally release, wherein we brought in more reforms, like delegation and decentralization of self-certification to the industry. Next. Next slide, please. There is a complaint against CEMILAC in the country today that we are very intrusive. You're partly right, you're partly wrong. The TRL's technology readiness levels is just not the design TRL. It is the technology readiness levels for manufacturability, testability. When I say testability, design validation test facility, not the compliance testing, like environmental and shock vibration. I'm talking about design validation testing. Like in a wind tunnel, you have to correlate the CFD data with the actual things. So that Investments we have not done in the country, design validation, we have invested in compliance testing. So the TRLs of most of the companies, yes, there are good companies, we have had a head start. The TRLs are not so good. When the TRLs are not so good, it forces us to do concurrent certification, which in turn forces us to be intrusive with you. So the cause and effect, try to understand. We are not intrusive by choice. We are intrusive because of the lack of maturity of the TRL levels. And if you see this graph internationally, as the technology readiness levels improves in design, manufacturing, testing, and process, the role of regulatory bodies exponentially decays. So I hope in the next 5-10 years, the way the industry is growing up and facing the challenges, we will try to be in the fag end of the curve, and the role of CEMILAC, and we would love to become unemployed in another 5-10 years. Next slide. So phase 2 reforms, we started a e-certification portal, wherein all your transactions with CEMILAC you can do online. You can upload all your documents, all the corrections, the test results, everything we can do online. Next New Year, first quarter, we are planning to do a pilot launch of this e-certification portal. The next thing is, most of the subsystems components, they have software, firmware, and system safety analysis. You are all first generation designers, you do not have the deep pockets to invest in these. So we have started 3 centers in CEMILAC, wherein you can come to us. We will try to help you in writing the SRD, FRD documents, write the test cases, do the testing of the softwares, even firmware, and even system safety criticality analysis. We have bought all the tools. We have bought the experienced manpower to facilitate you to test it. And though my role is empiring, we have walked the extra mile to do bowling, batting, fielding, so that as a team, we win the race against these foreign imports. Next. And as part of the dissemination of the most of the complaints against CEMILAC and regulatory bodies is partly we were to be blamed for our earlier bureaucratic and arbitrariness we have shown for various reasons, and partly because of the ignorance of the appreciation of the aeronautical processes. So we did multiple outreach programs. We did a webinar where 1,500 private industries they have participated. Each chapter, like helicopters, missiles, F&F, fuels and things, we conducted a webinar with professional videos, with professional lectures from experts for 5 days. Each city, starting with Lucknow, we have done industry outreach programs wherein I myself given as part of the presentations, panel discussions, and in the recent thing what we have conducted, close to 700 delegates participated from the industry, and we did a Adalat also where the issues of the industry were addressed on a one-to-one basis at the fag end of the day. So these are some of the outreach programs. So we want to make CEMILAC transparent and reachable to the small-scale industries. Yes, definitely with all these reforms in place, we are reforming, transforming, but performing also is important. Further, the quality and quantity of the human resources we have at CEMILAC, I put up to the government that it needs to be upgraded. Or else whatever reforms you bring in, if the quality and quantity of the human resources working at CEMILAC and DGQ are not upgraded, the performance will get affected in spite of all these reforms and transformation. So this is some of the snapshots of the industry outreach programs we have done at various cities. Next. And all of you must be thinking these rules and regulations which are there in DDP-MAS, it is not done by CEMILAC. There is a joint airworthiness committee in which Air Force, DRDO, who is who of Indian aviation are members, 16 members are there. They deliberate, discuss, and then the rules of the game are made. It is not CEMILAC. So we should have more confidence in respecting those rules. We should not say CEMILAC is arbitrary. DDP-MAS is not done by CEMILAC. It's only editing and screenplay is done by CEMILAC. Story and script writing and direction is by the Joint Airworthiness Committee. Next. So this is the renaming. We simplified the name also because DDP-MAS, even I find it difficult to remember the abbreviation. Next. And we are doing this self-certification. Last 4 years, industry has been asking RM and MOD that we should have a thing. It's called Design Organization Approval. We try to use the same technical jargon which is there in international. We already gave it to 4 or 5 companies, some private and public sectors. It is nothing but we are giving you the self-certification. If you have the processes, some processes has to be in place. We come and audit your processes. And if the processes in your organization are robust enough as per that international DOS standards, which you always love to compare. A lot of people in multiple forums, they keep telling Prasad, यूरोप एंड अमेरिका में ऐसा है. ठीक है, if you want to compare, we have to compare apple to apple. So as an industry, you should bring in those processes, you should bring in those documentations, you should bring in those quality human resources. We invest, we give very high salaries to the sales, marketing and design guys, but to the airworthiness guys, you don't invest at all. So the quality of the human resource also you have to invest. So if they are not good enough, they'll give the alibi that Similac, because of Similac I have failed. So we should try to address that root cause problems rather than blaming each other. So we tried to correct most of our mistakes in various forums in a very positive, sportive way. I keep challenging the audience. Any process or procedure today which we are asking you to do, if it is not doing value addition to the product, please write to me, I'll get it removed from the DDP mass. This is my challenge to the industry today. We have done our best, and now it's up to you to explore, exploit, and ensure we are all successful together. Next. So the Honorable RM himself has released the first DOS in Def Expo. It was a landmark event, so this is what self-certification is all about, which you have been asking. Next. So e-certification portal, I feel, will be a game changer in the country. Next March, mostly it will be there, because this also has to undergo certification. We as certification agency, we are undergoing certification because it involves a lot of safety of the documents and all. SAG, CIRA and all, they are testing this. By March, it should be ready. The pilot testing is going on. It will bring in transparency, it will bring in accountability, it will remove arbitrariness, bureaucracy, whatever all concerns and complaints you had against Similac, this will be a magic pill for that, I hope. So rest assured, we are doing all we can do as a regulatory body to ensure that you as MSMEs will go into the next higher orbit of not only import substitute, but able to export your products. But one thing you should understand, if your product has to be exported, it has to be certified. If I certify it's not good enough that they'll respect my certification. We should have an MOU, they'll come and audit our processes. And the kind of concessions I give today to everyone, Air Force, DRDO, you name an organization, it will not withstand the scrutiny of the foreign certification agencies. Rest assured from me. So, please, it is in your interest, as rightly brought out by my earlier speakers, made in India for India, the scale of economy is not there for you to sustain. If you have to be successful, then you have to export. If you have to export, I need to get MOU for the foreign agency. If I have to get MOU with this other thing, it should withstand the scrutiny of foreign audit. But the concessions you ask, you are troubling your own future. You are not troubling me. So this, we as a country, we should understand, trying to say that with soft skills I got Similac certification, you are jeopardizing your own future. That is what I would like to say. Right, next. And we would like to archive the entire failure data, design data, because as the people are retiring, all that knowledge is not being institutionalized. It is going with the designers. And 58, 60 is too young to retire. So we thought we'll set up 2 data centers. We have set up one in Bangalore, one in Hyderabad, wherein this entire process will be archived. And we are putting a national committee to evolve a legal framework, how to store this data, access this data, so that the future generations can take away from our past mistakes and learning experiences. So this is, the data centers are operationalized. Now we are to evolve that legal frameworks, and industry, Air Force, all of you to help me in archiving the data. Because of lack of IP legal framework in the country, you're all very apprehensive of sharing data and documents. So for that also, we have put up a committee to evolve non-intrusive certification methodologies, wherein whichever IP data you feel is not to be shared, because your competitor may borrow it, and we also have black sheep in all organizations. So we are coming up with some novel methodologies where, without jeopardizing your IPs, we can still go ahead without compromising on the certification. Next. And we have started these 3 centers also, criticality analysis and all. So you can please come and start using these centers January. Since we have done it on a small scale, we will not able to help all the industries. If you are doing a product which is immediately required for the country for strategic or critical purposes, we would love to, and we are planning to do it free of cost in the beginning. So once, if the model is successful, we would like to scale it up as a GOCO or government-owned company-operated models. Next. 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 So the MOD has not convinced with my reforms. They said more can be done. So they put an international consultancy agency to study my DDP mass document. And the consultancy, after charging a hefty sum, said it is in line with the International Certification Agency. So there is an independent validation of my procedures and processes. We were very happy about it. Initially, we were a little reluctant about that, an independent organization, but all that ends well is good. Next. I think beneficiaries, it's quite obvious, MSMEs will be the biggest beneficiaries. Next. Phase 3 reforms, we have done delegation, that is the decentralization gets the benefit of decentralization of self-certification. From January onwards, we are planning to start the designated engineering representative concept. It is like your notified chartered accountants. They do your IT returns, they vet your things and bring it to a certain level of maturity that it will withstand the scrutiny of the IT guys. Similarly, today, lot
they come to us. We have only 80 scientists in all capacities.
of 6 months, 1 year with private universities, and we are going to give them the certificate so that one level of certification can be done by them, so that we can fast track the entire process of certification, and you also will not get delayed. Anything which should be compressible, we are trying to put in effort. So except design, everything should be compressed. That is my aim of, my vision of doing a product lifecycle development from design to certification. Next. And most important, why do you need a dedicated certification vertical for exports? Again, I already briefed on that. Rest of the people whom I have certified, it will not withstand the scrutiny of foreign country. Yes, we have to take the staircase approach. The foreigners also have gone through this process. But why I'm saying this is, please stop building this false narrative that we are getting delayed because of certification. Yes, 4 years back you may be right, but not today. So my sincere appeal to all of you is, please exploit these reforms. Don't go by that legacy issues. And most important, first time in the country, we brought in a ombudsman, redressal mechanism, grievance mechanism in CEMILAC. If any of you feel my people are troubling you for various reasons, you can write to me. We will form a 3-bench judge, 5-bench judge, and if the 3-bench, 5-bench feels my decision, my organization decision is wrong, we'll have the grace to overrule it and we'll hand it over the certificate to you. So this is the most important reform we have brought. I'm running out of ideas of reforms, so I'll ask any more reforms, please let me know, without compromising and ensuring the aircraft comes back. And I always keep telling the CEOs who keep complaining against certificates, if you ask for that concession, will you fly in that aircraft? If you fly, I'll give that concession. With this, I close my presentation. Thanks a lot for the patient hearing. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Yeah, it was a wonderful presentation, and no industry will complain now, I think. Process, and process. They have to do that. Ultimately, Prasad ji will be doing all this for the safety of flight engineer like Professor Jitendra Singh. I request him to come and hand over a memento for his wonderful presentation. Please give a big hand again. It was excellent, sir. Sir, it could not get better than this. Better than this, correct. So with this, we close today's program. I request all of you to come exactly tomorrow, 11 o'clock, 10:45, we will start the session. And tomorrow also we have very interesting lectures. So I request all of you to be present here. Thank you very much, and we'll close the session now.